Welcome to Japan True Stories. Tonight, a quiet story from Japan. Settle in. The stories ahead come from the space between wanting and waiting, from the small, tender places where people put what they could not say. Rest now. In a small apartment in a neighborhood just east of the city, a 16-year-old girl named Yui was sitting at her bedroom desk in the warm last light of a Wednesday afternoon. Her school uniform traded for soft home clothes, a half-eaten snack wrapper folded beside her elbow. She was, to all appearances, entirely ordinary. The comfortable kind of ordinary that is, when you look at it honestly, a small daily achievement, maintained with quiet effort by someone who has learned to live well inside the present. She liked the strawberry mochi from the convenience store near the station, the ones with the cream that appeared when you bit into them, and she had been meaning all week to try the new parfait at the cafe her friends had visited and photographed and recommended to her at length, and she would probably go on Saturday, and it would be good. Her long hair was loose around her shoulders in the way it got when she was home and had stopped attending to it. The careful see-through bangs she arranged each morning having softened during the day into something less precise, just hair a little warm from being indoors. She updated her social media every few days, a photo of the mochi, a photo at lunch, the JK pose she and her friends had practiced until it looked entirely unstudied, and her friends left comments beneath each one, the small, bright markers of life that was going along nicely. There was one class she could not stay awake through, and it was called Contemporary Society, and it covered the modern structures of the world in a tone that made the modern world sound simultaneously urgent and tedious. And she had come to feel, over several semesters of trying, that her mind was simply not calibrated for it. She wondered sometimes in the drifting minutes before her head tipped gently against her hand at the back of the classroom, whether the problem was that something in her had been formed in a different time entirely, long before the things contemporary society was trying to explain had come to exist. This was not entirely a joke, not to her. Yui had, or had once had, memories of a life before this one. She held this fact the way you hold something small and old, not displayed, not hidden, just present somewhere about you, worn smooth by years of occasional handling, neither burdensome nor startling on any given ordinary day. She knew it partly from a faint interior sense she had carried as long as she could remember, a feeling that certain words or places touched something in her that her current 16 years had not given her, and partly from the stories her parents had told her many times over in the gently amused retrospective tone of people who had processed a bewilderment and come out fond on the other side. Her mother had first noticed something unusual when Yui was around a year and a half old. At that age, most small children are in one of the happiest phases of language learning, practicing the short, sweet syllables, mama, woof woof, night night, stumbling through the first words with a charming imprecision that makes adults quietly delighted, that makes them repeat the mispronunciations back to each other at dinner for years afterward. But Yui, at 18 months, had walked into the kitchen one evening and told her mother, in clear and fully formed sentences, that the light in the next room had been left on, not pointed toward it, not made small urgent sounds about it, told her in the calm transactional tone of a housemate relaying a minor observation, the way a grown person might mention in passing that the gas was on or that a parcel had arrived. Her mother had gone to turn the light off, and it was only afterward, with the kettle beginning its low hum on the counter, that she had stood still for a moment and registered what had just happened. There were other moments like this. Her parents would recall a considered observation about a Siberian husky appearing on a television program, delivered with the settled authority of someone who had known a great many dogs over a great many years. An evening announcement, made without any particular need for permission, that she felt like staying up a little later than usual, stated not as a request, but as a preference she was making known. And then, around the time she turned 2, she had begun letting herself out of the apartment. She would appear at the front door in whatever she was wearing, announce in her clear and practical way that she had somewhere to be, that she had arranged to see someone. And she would open the door and walk out into the corridor with the unhurried confidence of someone who knows exactly where they are going and has arranged their afternoon accordingly. Her parents, who were by temperament gentle and unhurried and not given to alarm, followed her each time, quietly, so as not to startle her, and brought her home. And the exchange that followed had a particular quality to it, patient on her side, gently confused on theirs, as though she understood their concern, but could not satisfactorily translate her schedule into terms they would find convincing. They were not frightened by it. Her parents would say later, just struck the way you are struck by something that falls outside the categories you have prepared. And they had raised her with the kind of open curiosity that asks no one to explain themselves fully, only loves them where they are. Yui, hearing these stories now, at 16, found them more charming than anything else. The small, composed toddler with appointments to keep, with preferences about bedtime, with observational duties regarding the household electricity, and she sometimes thought that whoever she had been before must have been a fairly practical sort of person, someone organized and purposeful, someone who kept their arrangements. She was not entirely sure this described her current self in every particular, but she chose to find it aspirational. As she grew, the strangeness softened and pulled back, the way such things tend to, the fluency fading first, then the appointments, then the ambient sense of belonging somewhere else, all of it settling gradually into the ordinary texture of childhood, until by the time she was in primary school there was almost nothing left of it in the waking daylight hours. She was simply a girl, curious and sociable and occasionally too quick to trust her first impression, and the stories her parents told about the 18-month-old who had managed the household electricity became family lore of the fondest kind, the sort brought out at dinner with visiting relatives and met each time with the same warm, slightly bewildered laughter. What remained, now that most of it had gone, was small and quiet and, in its own way, rather useful. An intuition, a faint directional sense, as though something in her had been calibrated by a life she could no longer clearly see, leaving behind a compass that still occasionally pointed at things before she had consciously reasoned her way to them. She was particularly good at guessing answers on exams, not through any reliable method she could describe, but through a low, warm feeling of recognition when the right answer appeared, something like the feeling of turning a corner in an unfamiliar part of the city and finding that you somehow know what the next street looks like before you reach it. Her friends had noticed and found it worth consulting, and she had become, in their small circle, the person whose hunches were worth checking, whose first instinct tended to land somewhere near the truth, and she accepted this modest gift without too much examination, grateful for it in the unexamined way you are grateful for talents you can neither earn nor entirely explain. She was not certain whether it came from a previous life or simply from a quick and pattern-sensitive mind, and the question did not press on her. Either answer left the outcome the same. There was one other thing that remained from whatever had come before, and it was less practical than the intuition and less easy to fold neatly into ordinary life, and more present in certain quiet ways than anything else she could point to. A dream. It came back on no schedule she could predict, not every week, not tied to any particular mood or season she could identify, but reliably enough over the years that she had stopped being surprised by it, and it was always recognizably itself, carrying the same quality each time, the same light, the same sense of arriving somewhere she had been before. A park wide and unhurried, the kind that exists in neighborhoods rather than in city centers. Not a grand or famous park, but an everyday one, with long pale walking paths and benches set at intervals and trees that in the dream were always in gentle, quiet leaf, the way they are in the middle months of the year when the light is mild and no one remarks on the weather. And at the center of the park, always a clock tower. Not a beautiful one, not a landmark, just a solid, civic-looking tower, the kind that is built to be reliable rather than admired, with a round face and plain hands and the general demeanor of something that has been telling the time in that spot for a very long while and intends to continue doing so without making a fuss about it. In the dream, she always arrived at the park from the same direction, walking a path she knew without thinking about it, the kind of path that has been walked enough times that the feet remember it even when the mind has long since moved on to other things. She always arrived just before some hour. She could never quite read the hands clearly, could never quite make the numbers resolve before the light shifted, and she always arrived in the manner of someone who has made an arrangement and is keeping it, who has said to someone, "I will be there at that time, at that place." And in the dream, she stood and waited, not impatiently, not anxiously, with the particular settled patience of someone who has been waiting a long time and has grown easy with it, who has done the arriving that was required of them and is now simply present, letting the time pass in the mild air of an ordinary afternoon, trusting that the arrangement will resolve itself in the way arrangements do. Whether she was the one doing the waiting, or whether she was, in some version of a dream she couldn't quite reach, the one who had failed to arrive, this she could never determine with any certainty. Dreams have a way of softening the distinction between the person who keeps the appointment and the person who cannot. She woke from those nights not distressed, exactly, but waited in a particular way, a weight behind the breastbone, modest but present, the feeling that something had been left unfinished, a sentence trailing off before its period, a door standing open onto a room she had not yet had the chance to enter. It was the weight, she thought, not of grief exactly, but of interruption. The particular sensation of something that was not unhappy, but was not quite resolved, of a story that had been set down carefully in the middle of the sentence and not yet picked up again by whoever had been meant to pick it up. She had tried, once or twice in earlier years, to find the park in a reasonable way. Searched for clock towers in nearby parks, looked up old photographs of the neighborhood, scrolled through image archives on quiet evenings when she was curious enough to make the effort, but she had never found anything that held the exact quality of the place in the dream. And after a while she had let the search go, arriving at the conclusion that some places are not on any map because they exist in a layer of the world that maps are simply not designed to reach. It was easier, she found, to let the dream be what it was, a message from somewhere earlier or a trace of something long carried, showing her the same park and the same clock in the same mild afternoon light, and then returning her gently to the morning without explanation. Over the years, she had developed a quiet familiarity with it, the way you develop familiarity with any recurring thing. A certain tree in a garden you walk past each day, a particular phrase in an old song that rises up in you without warning, something that keeps appearing without announcement and eventually becomes part of the comfortable, unquestioned furniture of your life. Her parents would have listened if she had told them about it. They were that kind of people, unhurried and genuinely curious. The kind who receive strange information from those they love with open faces and patient questions, who do not immediately move to explain things away. But she had not told them, not recently, not about the dream. It felt like something she was not quite ready to bring fully into the light, something that preferred the soft keeping of a private room, not locked, simply held close. She suspected that things examined too carefully sometimes lose what made them worth keeping. That meaning in dreams prefers to be carried quietly and tends to go thin when brought under too much direct attention. And she was not ready to find out whether this was true of the Clock Tower Park. So she kept it quietly, and on most days it sat with her the way a smooth stone sits in a coat pocket, small and familiar, something her thoughts might brush against in an idle moment without any particular result. And on most days she was simply herself, the careful bangs, the strawberry mochi from the station convenience store, the JK pose with its practiced naturalness, the textbooks stacked on the desk, the group chat with its steady warm traffic, the ordinary and quite comfortable machinery of a high school life doing what it does. She was fond of the life she was living, genuinely fond of its textures and its rhythms and its small, specific pleasures, and she was not in the habit of looking backward with longing, even when what lay behind her extended considerably further back than most people's past. Her apartment had the kind of evening comfort that takes years to accumulate, the warmth of a household that has been lived in for a long time by people who are easy with each other. Her mother's radio a low and companionable murmur from the kitchen, the smell of something being prepared for dinner, her father's presence in the next room sensed as a settled weight, familiar and steady as a piece of furniture you have arranged just right and never moved again. These were the sounds she fell asleep to on most nights, and they were good sounds, and she was grateful for them with the unthinking gratitude you have for things that have simply always been there. The park came back, as it always did, on no particular schedule. Some nights it was barely there, just the far edge of it, the quality of that afternoon light, the vague shape of the clock tower at the center of things. And she would wake unsure whether she had actually dreamed it or only leaned toward it in the shallow half-sleep that precedes the morning. Other nights it was clear and complete. The path under her feet, the trees on either side in their quiet leaf, the clock ahead with its hands pointing toward an hour she never quite arrived in time to hear announced, and herself walking toward it with the easy, unhurried certainty of someone who knows the way and has walked it many times before. On those mornings she would lie still for a few breaths in the gray before sunrise, letting the tale of the dream rest in her, that particular weighted quiet of something unfinished, something patient, before the apartment sounds began, the alarm, the water running, the radio coming to life in the kitchen, and she would get up and fold herself back into the day, and the dream would soften, as it always did, into something she carried without quite noticing she was carrying it. She would find out someday what the park meant. She would find out who had arranged to meet her there, and what had passed between them, and why the dream had kept returning across all the years of her present life with its patient, unhurried insistence. But that was not yet, and right now she was 16, and it was a Wednesday, and the light through the curtains had gone from gold to the soft gray of early evening, and the apartment was warm around her, and her textbooks were still unopened, and her phone was blinking gently with something from the group chat. She read the message and typed something back, something that made her smile, and then she set the phone face down on the desk and rested her cheek against her folded arms. The apartment settled around her in its evening way, her mother's radio a gentle thread of sound from the kitchen, the day arranging itself slowly and naturally into quiet. And somewhere behind all of it, further back than memory, in whatever part of a person holds the things they have carried from somewhere before this life, the hands of clock moved through an afternoon she had not yet remembered, patient and unhurried, toward a meeting that had already, in another life, not quite happened. For now, there was only the warm room, and the evening coming in, and a 16-year-old girl named Yui drifting gently towards sleep. And so we leave that hallway behind, letting it soften and fade like breath on winter glass. There is no hurry here. If you need to shift, to settle deeper into the warmth around you, please do. Take one slow breath in and let it go. The night is not going anywhere, and neither are you. Our next story is the same story continuing, the same night unfolding, only a little further along, a little quieter, the way a house grows still in the hours just before dawn. Simply rest. Let the words come to you like water, finding its own level, unhurried, gentle, already on its way. On a soft afternoon near the end of the spring term, Yui sat at her classroom desk with a printed list of work experience placements in her lap and the loose, unfocused look of someone who has been staring at a page long enough for it to stop meaning anything. The list was longer than she had expected. Fashion boutiques, city offices, a veterinary clinic, a rice shop in the old shopping arcade, and she had narrowed it down to nothing, which is a particular kind of progress. Haruto, who sat in the seat to her left, had already made his choice with the serene certainty of someone who had known the answer before the question was asked. He leaned over and pointed to the line that read nursing home, and said it was obvious that he visited his grandparents nearly every week, that elderly people were wonderful, that she should come with him. Pause. She told him she didn't usually choose her placements based on his enthusiasm, and he said that was a shame, and she looked back at the list and then at nursing home again and thought about how her social studies marks were not exactly her strongest argument, and how her teacher tended to smile more warmly at students who selected something that showed a certain kind of conscientiousness. In the end, she drew a careful circle around nursing home and handed in the form, and her teacher glanced at the choice and made an approving sound, and Yui felt the small, clean satisfaction of having briefly done the correct thing. She did not yet know that the choice would turn out to be correct for reasons that had nothing to do with her social studies marks. Breath. On the morning of the first day, she arrived at the station earlier than necessary, which was not like her, and stood on the platform holding her bag with both hands and running through, quietly, every possible thing that might go wrong before the day had properly begun. She had ironed her school blouse the night before, which was also not like her, and had checked the nursing home's address on her phone twice before bed. And together these two small preparations told her more about the state of her nerves than she had quite wanted to admit. Haruto came down the escalator looking, at first glance, entirely relaxed, and then she noticed that he was bouncing very slightly on the balls of his feet, just a little, just enough, the way people do when they're holding a feeling still rather than letting it move through them. Pause. He mentioned almost immediately that he had made toast twice that morning without realizing it, had eaten both portions, and was now regretting the second one. And this made her smile for the first time all morning, because there was something genuinely reassuring about learning that Haruto, who was good at things, was nervous today too. She told him that eating double breakfast was probably not the best preparation for helping elderly people with their meals, and he agreed with great seriousness, and they laughed, and the laughter did what it usually does. It opened a small door in the chest that the nerves had been pressing shut. The train came, and they got on, and found two seats facing the window, and for most of the ride, they were quiet in the easy way of people who have known each other long enough not to need to fill the silence. Outside, the city moved through its early morning version, quieter than usual, still damp in places from the night before. A woman walking a small brown dog that seemed entirely unbothered by everything, which Yui found, for no particular reason, comforting. Breath. She found herself thinking that she had never done anything quite like this before. Never walked into a place where other people's mornings might depend, even a little, on whether she did her job well, and the thought sat in her stomach in a way that was not exactly unpleasant, but was not easy either. She thought briefly about her own grandmother, who had lived with her family when Yui was small, who had worn the same worn slippers every morning and kept a small dish of hard candy beside her chair, and who had, one autumn, grown quieter and quieter until the quiet became permanent. That was the closest she had come to an elderly person in any real way. And sitting on the train with her freshly ironed blouse, she knew that it was not much to draw on. Haruto, by contrast, visited his grandparents nearly every week, and you could see it in him, in the way he spoke about the place they were going, with the unguarded warmth of someone moving towards something familiar rather than towards something unknown. Pause. She did not envy him exactly, but she noticed it. They got off at a small station and walked for 5 or 6 minutes down a residential street where the low walls were covered in the new green of early spring, and a few late cherry blossoms were still holding on along one stretch of fence. Pale and a little uncertain, which felt like the right sort of scenery for the morning. The nursing home came into view at the end of a gentle curve in the road. A single-story building set back behind a small garden. A wooden sign near the entrance in careful blue characters, and 2 potted plants flanking the door that had clearly been given a great deal of daily attention. Yui paused at the entrance under the pretense of adjusting her bag strap. Though the bag needed no adjustment, she simply needed a moment to stand at the threshold before she stepped across it, which seemed to her like a reasonable and quietly human thing to need. Haruto held the door open and she walked through. The air inside was warm and carried a layered smell she could not quite place. Something between a clinic and a home, between old wood and something antiseptic, with a faint sweetness underneath that might have been rice or tea, or simply the warmth of many years of living accumulated in one place. Breath. A staff member appeared almost immediately, a woman with a practical haircut and a smile that was genuine rather than performed, and led them down a hallway past framed photographs and a notice board covered in cheerful flyers for exercise classes and autumn festivals and the kinds of small, recurring events that give a place its rhythm. They were taken to a break room and given soft blue word jackets to change into, and Yui pulled hers on over her blouse and looked down at herself and felt the particular sensation of becoming, briefly, a slightly different version of herself. Not herself at school or herself at home, but some newer self who was expected to be useful in a way that had not yet been tested and would now have to be tested on trust alone. It was not an unpleasant feeling, she decided. It was simply a large one. The briefing that followed was calm and thorough, delivered across a low table by the same staff member, who explained each task with the patience of someone who had done this many times and had learned that thoroughness at the beginning prevents confusion later. Pause. They would help with meal times, carrying trays from the kitchen, checking name cards at each table, and sitting beside residents who needed assistance or simply company while they ate. They would help with hair drying after bath time, which the staff member explained with particular care. The dryer always moving, never too close, remembering always that the difference between warm and too warm is felt differently in older skin. They would help with light tidying and sanitizing, and with what she described simply as being present, sitting beside someone who wanted to talk, listening with real attention rather than polite performance, letting people tell their stories at whatever pace those stories needed to travel. Yui took careful notes in her notebook, pressing the pen harder into the page than she needed to without noticing, and Haruto sat beside her nodding along with the easy, comfortable absorption of someone receiving information in a format that suits him naturally. Then the morning began in earnest. The dining room was brighter than the hallway, its large windows looking out onto the garden, and the smell of miso soup had drifted in from the kitchen and was settling into the air the way soup smells do, slowly, warmly, in no hurry at all. Yui was given her first tray and shown the name card system. and she read each resident's name twice before setting anything down, which made her slower than strictly necessary, but entirely accurate, and she told herself that accuracy was the more important thing, and believed it. She was guided to sit beside a woman with white hair, swept back softly, and hands resting on the table, with the quiet stillness of someone who had once been quite deliberate about her posture, and whose bearing still carried that quality even now. Pause. Yui lifted the first small spoonful of soft food and brought it carefully toward the woman's lips, and her hand was trembling, just barely, just at the edge of noticeable, in that involuntary way that hands tremble when the body is more tense than the mind has admitted to itself. The woman did not comment on the trembling, and either she did not notice or she was too kind to say so, and Yui carried on, and the second spoonful followed the first, and the third followed the second, and by the fourth the trembling had settled almost entirely, the way hands do when the thing you were afraid of turns out to be something you can actually manage. After a while, the woman murmured something soft and unpressured, something about how things tasted better when young people were nearby, that the company made even a simple meal feel a little more like a proper occasion. Yui's face went warm with something she couldn't entirely name. The particular combination of being seen, being pleased, and not having expected either. And she carried on more steadily, more gently. But then, in her growing ease, she found herself moving a little faster than she meant to, the spoon coming and going with more efficiency than care, and a staff member touched her softly on the shoulder and said, in a very quiet voice, that there was no rush, that the pace of the meal was itself part of the care, not an obstacle to it. Pause. Yui slowed, and the reminder settled in her not as a correction, but as something broader, a lesson about more than meal times, more than this room, more than this first careful morning. Across the room, Haruto was doing something she could only describe as thriving. He had found a natural frequency of the man he was helping and was matching it exactly, talking about something, probably baseball, and saying now, and then whatever it was that made the man throw his head back in the particular uncomplicated laughter of someone who has been genuinely, unexpectedly delighted. She watched him for a moment and felt a warmth that was uncomplicated and real. The warmth you feel for someone who is good at something in a way that costs nothing and asks nothing and simply makes the room feel a little more inhabited. Breath. After the meal service was finished and the trays cleared and the tables wiped down, there was a quieter interval in the middle of the morning, and Yui moved through the common room with a little more ease now, sitting with different residents, listening to different conversations, asking questions that were real questions rather than polite performances. A group of women near the window were deep in a long-running disagreement about a television drama, some dispute about whether a particular character had made the right decision. And Yui sat down nearby and listened, and after a few minutes found herself genuinely drawn in, asking a question, which opened things further. And before long, she was in the middle of a real conversation about choices and regret, and whether people are capable of actually changing. She didn't know any of the specific references, but she found she didn't need to. The women were telling her what she needed in the telling itself. Someone mentioned a neighborhood name, and then a street, and then a particular shop that had sold salt-pickled plums and kept its lights on late into the evening in some decade Yui had not yet been born into. And something in the specificity of it landed in her with a faint, inexplicable weight, as though it were a place she had walked past in a dream she no longer remembered having. Pause. She let the feeling come and let it go, the way you do with things you don't yet have a name for. The hair drying was, to her mild and genuine surprise, where she found solid ground. She had always done her own hair, the long dark ponytail she was quietly proud of, and the practice of it was in her hands away things or when it had been done without conscious thought for many years. The right pressure of the towel at the roots, the angle of the dryer, the patience of moving it steadily rather than trying to rush the heat through all at once. She sat behind one of the women from the window group and worked through the whole process with quiet, focused attention, and the woman made a small sound of contentment partway through and said that the girl had a good touch, that she could feel the care in it, which is a thing you can feel. Yui said she practiced on herself every morning and pointed to the ponytail as evidence. And the woman smiled in a way that suggested she had known this already. Pause. Haruto, somewhere behind her, was approaching his task with the thoroughgoing caution of someone who had been told, very clearly, that the worst outcome would be a burn, and had taken this information extremely seriously. His dryer was on the lowest setting and moving at a pace that one elderly gentleman described, in cheerful good humor, as not yet registering on any instrument known to science. Haruto turned slightly pink and increased the setting by one notch, and Yui found something very interesting to look at on the opposite wall. By the time the residents moved into their afternoon rest period, she had found something close to a rhythm. Not confidence yet, but the early shape of it, the feeling you reach when the strangeness has worn down to something workable. Breath. She sat with a man who had kept a garden for 30 years before coming to the home, and she asked the kinds of questions that real interest produces, because she genuinely found gardens interesting, and he told her far more than she had asked for in the way that people do when someone is actually listening. She helped with light tidying and wiping down surfaces, moving through the room with the conscientious efficiency of someone who does not yet know what she doesn't know, which is its own kind of competence. She joined a stretching session led by a staff member who conducted it with the evangelical enthusiasm of someone who truly believes in stretching and wants everyone present to believe in it equally. And she stretched along with everyone else, sincerely and without irony. It was in this comfortable middle stretch, when she was simply present and moving through the room without any particular task ahead of her, that she noticed the man sitting alone by the far window. He was in a high-backed chair set slightly apart from the main clusters of residents, his face turned toward the garden outside, toward the bare plum tree and the low wall and the pale afternoon sky, which had shifted since morning into something softer and more overcast. He had not been part of any group at any point during the day, as far as she could recall. He sat apart with a settled, habitual distance, not the solitude of someone who preferred to be alone so much as the solitude of someone who had become gradually unreachable, for whom the room and the people in it existed at a certain remove he had stopped noticing. A staff member had stopped to speak with him at one point during the morning, and he had answered briefly and returned to the window, and the exchange had ended the way water closes over a stone, without leaving much trace. Pause. Yui asked about him softly, and a staff member told her his name was Shiro, that he had been quite sociable until a few months ago, quite cheerful in fact, but that recently his mind had begun to drift inward in the slow, irreversible way that dementia brings, and that the staff had learned to meet him wherever he was. She said this without drama and without distress, in a matter-of-fact warmth of someone who has come to understand that some things cannot be fixed but can still be witnessed with care, and Yui listened and nodded. Afterward, she looked across the room at Shiro again. She could not have said what it was. There was nothing she could identify or point to, no specific shape or awareness took. Only the fact that she could not stop looking, the way you cannot stop looking at something without understanding why, like a word you almost know in a language you almost speak. She decided to go and say hello. She crossed the room at an easy pace and came to stand beside his chair and introduced herself softly, told him she was a student there for the week on work experience, that she hoped she was not interrupting anything, which was, she knew, a slightly odd thing to say to someone watching a garden, but which felt in the moment like the right kind of courtesy. He didn't respond immediately, and she waited, looking out the window beside him at the plum tree, at the bare branches, at the two small birds moving through them with the busy, purposeful energy of birds who have things to do. Pause. Then she asked, gently, whether he might like to join the card game that was starting up on the other side of the room. He turned. The turning was slow, the way an old man turns when he has been somewhere else entirely in his thoughts. And then his eyes came to rest on her face, and something in them moved, a kind of surfacing, a brief and quiet arrival, like light returning to a window that has been in shadow. His eyes widened just slightly, and he was still, and the room around them seemed to soften for a moment in the way rooms sometimes do when something small but significant is taking place in one corner of them, unobserved by everyone else. Yui's heart gave one clear, quiet beat, no louder than usual, but somehow more present, more deliberate, like a word spoken into a room that has just gone still. She asked if he was all right, keeping her voice even, and he held her gaze for another moment before looking down and drawing a slow breath and returning, with some visible effort, to something like ordinary composure. Breath. He apologized, speaking quietly, and said that she had reminded him of someone he had known a long time ago, and that the resemblance had stopped him for a moment, and he hoped he had not made her feel strange. She told him it was not strange at all, and she meant it entirely, though something in her chest was still doing something she could not quite resolve. Not alarm, not surprise, just a quiet and persistent pressure, like a word that is almost there, hovering just at the edge of being known. She pulled a chair over and sat beside him. She told him the card game could wait, that she was in no hurry, and he nodded slowly, and that was how the rest of the afternoon passed for the two of them, side by side in the pale window light, talking about things that were easy and comfortable, what the plum tree looked like when it finally bloomed, how long he had been living at the home, whether he preferred the quiet of the morning or the quiet of the afternoon, which are different kinds of quiet. He was slow in his answers, but warm in them, choosing each word with a care that made her want to listen slowly in return, and she did. Pause. From across the room, Haruto caught her eye at one point and gave her a small, quiet nod, the kind that means I see what you're doing over there and it looks right, and she felt grateful for it in a way she couldn't have fully explained. When the day finally reached its end and she had changed out of her work jacket and said the formal goodbyes at the entrance, the evening outside felt softer than the morning had been. The walk back to the station was quieter, the cherry blossoms along the low walls releasing whatever brightness they had held from the day as the light turned lower and more amber around them. On the train, Haruto asked how she was feeling in the easy way of a friend at the end of a long first day. And she said she was fine, tired but fine, and looked out the window at the city gathering itself around them in the early evening. What she kept inside, what she turned over quietly as the train moved, was the moment Shiro had turned from the window and looked at her. The thing she had seen move through his eyes, the one clear beat her heart had given an answer, the strange and wordless weight of all of it, which sat in her chest, not heavily, but persistently, the way a small stone sits at the bottom of a still pool. She turned it over the way you turn something over when you do not yet know what it is. Not with urgency, not with worry, just with a gentle and patient returning, the way you might return to the edge of a dream you're trying to remember before it dissolves entirely. Pause. The lights of the city came on one by one beyond the window, and the train carriage was warm, and the motion of it was steady and unhurried, and she let her thoughts settle where they needed to settle, and she let the day be what it had been. It had been her first real day of work, and she had trembled a little and been told to slow down and found her footing in a task she hadn't expected to be good at, and sat beside a stranger by a window and felt something in her chest that she had no name for yet. And all of that, taken together, seemed like quite enough for one first day. And that, perhaps, was a good place to rest. And so we leave that hallway behind, its quiet shadows settling back into stillness, the way a house breathes softly when no one is watching. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take it. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let the weight of the day grow distant and small. The night is long and unhurried, and we are in no rush to reach the end of it. Breathe in slowly and breathe out. And when you are ready, though truly there's no need to be ready, the same night continues, the same thread of quiet unfolding just a little further, carrying us gently forward into the next room of this story. In a small nursing home on the quieter edge of the city, on a morning still cold enough that your breath showed briefly in the doorways, a girl named Yui changed into her practice uniform and stood very still at the threshold of the common room. Holding a clipboard she had no particular reason to hold. She was holding it the way people hold things when they're trying to look as if they know exactly what they're doing, with both hands a slight upward tilt and a calm expression she was manufacturing in real time, like a stage set being assembled in the seconds before the lights come on. The room smelled of rice broth and something warm and faintly floral, and the morning light came in through curtains the color of old ivory, laying long, soft rectangles across the linoleum floor. And somewhere deeper in the building, there was the low murmur of a television left on in a room where nobody was watching. Beside her, Haruto stood with his hands in his pockets and a wide, unguarded grin, looking around the room the way someone looks around a room they have been comfortable in before, which was not literally true of this particular room, but was true of every room that contained grandparents. And Haruto wore this ease the way he wore most things, without thinking about it very much at all. He had grown up spending school holidays at his grandparents' house and long summer afternoons doing nothing in particular alongside elderly neighbors, and the specific rhythms of those spaces, the smell of an older generation's kitchen, the quiet of an afternoon with no urgency in it, the way conversation moves when nobody is in a hurry to go anywhere. These things sat inside him like furniture that had always been there. Yui had not grown up with any of that. She had grandparents, of course, but they lived far enough away that the visits were few and formally warm rather than easy. And the result was that she had arrived this morning with a respect for the elderly that was genuine and complete and entirely theoretical, which is a slightly uncomfortable combination when you are about to help someone eat their breakfast. She had told herself on the train that she was not nervous, and then again outside the station, and once more in the lobby while they signed the visitor register. By the third repetition, she had begun to suspect herself. The first task of the morning was meal service, and the staff member who guided them through it, a gentle woman with a very efficient bearing and an extremely kind face, showed them the name cards on each tray and the corresponding cards at each residence place, and explained that the matching of these was the most important thing, more important than speed, more important than thoroughness, more important than almost anything else they would do all morning. And she said this without alarm, just as a simple fact about how things worked here. Yui listened with the focused, slightly wide-eyed attention she reserved for the parts of examinations she suspected she might otherwise miss. She chose her first tray carefully, read the name twice before she moved, and carried it to a small table near the window, where a woman with snow-white hair and very dark, attentive eyes looked up at her with the patient, unhurried curiosity of someone who has watched a great many young people come through doorways and finds them, on balance, interesting. Pause. The woman's hands rested in her lap, folded loosely, and her back was straight, and she had the composed and self-contained quality of someone who had long ago made a kind of peace with being dependent on the kindness of whoever came through the door, and she extended that composure toward Yui now, which was generous, because Yui's hands, just briefly, were not entirely steady. She introduced herself, and her voice came out a fraction higher than she had intended, and the woman smiled, and that smile did a very great deal of the work of making the next several minutes possible. The first few spoonfuls went slowly and carefully, soup at the right temperature, tilted at the right angle, the pause between each mouthful long enough to be sure, and in the back of her mind a small, encouraging voice noted that she was doing this correctly. The small voice was perhaps a mistake, because somewhere between the second spoonful and the fifth, the relief of doing something correctly had loosened something in her that she hadn't known was tightly held, and without deciding to, without even noticing it happening, The pace began to quicken, the intervals shortening, the spoon moving a little faster, her attention rising from the bowl to the woman's face, checking for confirmation rather than simply waiting for the natural, unhurried rhythm of an older body finishing what it had been given. A hand arrived at her shoulder, the staff member, light as a thought, and she leaned down and said very softly that there was really no hurry, that they had all the time in the world, that the residents found their own pace, and the only art was to follow rather than lead. Pause. Yui said yes, of course she was sorry, and she slowed down immediately and with complete sincerity, and the woman beside her said nothing reproving at all, said only, in a voice warm and unhurried as the morning itself, that the young ones always went a little quick at first, that it was a kind of enthusiasm really, and there was nothing wrong with enthusiasm, and she patted Yui's hand once, lightly, with fingers that were very thin and very deliberate. Yui held on to that small kindness for the rest of the meal, the way it had been offered without condition, without the slight edge of correction that kindness sometimes carries. And she slowed the spoon and thought about nothing except this mouthful and this breath and the small sound of broth made in the bowl. By the time the trays were cleared and carried back, something had settled in her. Not mastery, nowhere near that, just a better sense of the right shape of the thing, a shape she would need more time to hold without thinking. Across the room, Haruto had been feeding an elderly gentleman with broad shoulders and a slow, considered way of speaking, and from what Yui could observe, and she had taken a few cautious sideways glances, the two of them had been in easy conversation the entire time, the feeding woven into the talking in a natural way, the old man gesturing occasionally with one hand while the other rested on the table, Haruto nodding and asking follow-up questions, the whole thing looking rather more like lunch between acquaintances than an assigned task. She made a mental note that Haruto's advantage had nothing to do with technique and everything to do with the fact that he was not thinking about himself at all. This was something she intended to try. The morning moved through its hours in the way mornings in care homes move, not quickly, not slowly, but with a gentle internal logic that makes the day feel wide rather than long, that makes room for things. After meal service came bath time for some of the residents. And after bath time came the task that changed the shape of Yui's morning entirely. The staff member led her to a soft chair in the corner of the main room, where an elderly woman sat with a towel draped over her shoulders and her thin white hair, still damp from the bath, pressed flat against her head, her eyes half closed with the specific and uncomplicated contentment of someone who has just been warm and clean and asks nothing further from the world at this particular moment. Yui picked up the blow dryer with one hand and a wide-toothed comb with the other, and something in her posture quietly changed. Breath. It was nothing dramatic. This change, it did not announce itself. It was simply that her hands knew what they were holding and they knew what to do with it. And the self-consciousness that had been following her around all morning simply stepped back a little and waited. She had managed her own hair every single morning since she was 12 years old, and she had a great deal of it, a long, dark ponytail that required genuine time and attention. and she had learned through the simple repetition of doing something every day without fail exactly how the air needed to move and at what distance, and with what kind of lifting motion underneath each section to get the warmth through evenly without letting any one place grow too hot for too long. She glanced at her ponytail where it rested over her shoulder, and then she looked at the damp white hair in front of her, and she thought without pretension, I know exactly how to do this. She started at the base of the neck, medium heat, the dryer always moving, and with the comb in her other hand, she lifted the thin pale hair gently from underneath, section by section, working her way upward. Pause. The elderly woman made a slow, pleased sound, low and without words, the kind that means only warmth and ease and nothing more complicated than that. And Yui found herself smiling in a way she hadn't planned. The rhythm of it was meditative in the specific way that careful, repetitive tasks are meditative. The low, constant note of the dryer, the warmth on her fingers, the pale afternoon light on the window, the very faint floral scent of the bath shampoo, clean and light, the gradual way the white hair shifted from damp and flat to soft and dry and faintly luminous in the afternoon light. She worked across each section with slow, patient strokes of the comb, and the woman's breathing was so even and so quiet that Yui occasionally wondered if she had drifted off, and then a small, pleased movement would happen, a slight tilt of the head, a slow exhale, and she understood that she was simply very relaxed, which seemed like exactly the right outcome. Across the room, Haruto had begun the same task for an elderly gentleman, and it was clear from the first few seconds of observation that Haruto's relationship with blow dryers was considerably more cautious than Yui's. He held the dryer at a significant distance and swept it in careful, wide arcs, his brow furrowed with the specific expression of someone being extremely conscientious, and the elderly gentleman said something in a mild, measured tone, and two nearby staff members exchanged a look that was affectionate rather than unkind. Pause. Haruto adjusted his angle. The gentleman said something else in the same measured tone, but with a very slight change around the eyes, and this time the staff members' exchanged look became a quiet, visible smile, and Haruto's ears, Yui noted from across the room, had shifted to a definite pink. She kept her face entirely neutral, because she knew Haruto well enough to know that he had an uncanny peripheral awareness of being watched, as she did not want to contribute to his morning's difficulties. But inwardly, she filed the whole scene away in a folder she intended to return to at the right moment. When the drying was finished and the white hair had lifted and settled into its soft, dry cloud, the elderly woman turned in her chair and told Yui, with quiet sincerity, that she had very good hands and that she could tell from the hands that she looked after herself. Yui replied, before she had consciously chosen to, that she had a great deal of her own hair to manage every morning, and she held up the ponytail as evidence. And the woman reached out and touched the end of it with just the tips of 2 fingers, the way you might touch the edge of something you found unexpectedly fine. Pause. That touch, so brief, so light, completely without occasion, stayed with Yui through the rest of the afternoon in the way that very small things sometimes do when they carry more weight than they appear to at the time. surfacing quietly every now and then like something small turning in still water. After the hair drying, the afternoon opened into rest time, which was really conversation time, companionship time, the time when the shape of the day loosened and nothing was required of anyone in particular, and things moved at whatever pace they felt like moving. Yui and Haruto drifted through the room, stopping where they were beckoned, sitting where a conversation opened naturally, following the gravitational pull of whoever seemed to want a young person nearby. There were grandmothers who wanted to talk about grandchildren, and grandfathers who wanted to describe things they had built long ago or places they had traveled to in other decades. And there were residents who said very little, but who seemed quite content to simply be present in the warmth of other people's voices, which Yui was beginning to understand was its own particular form of companionship. She had come in that morning with certain assumptions about what this hour would be like, pleasant and easy and not requiring much, a kind of polite waiting. And the assumptions were dissolving quietly, without fuss, as she sat with the actual thing. What she found instead was a kind of density she hadn't anticipated, a layeredness, as if every sentence any grandmother or grandfather spoke was backed by decades of other sentences they hadn't said, decades of knowing things and losing things and being surprised by the world, and then not surprised, and then surprised again in different ways, and the whole weight of that was present in even the lightest remarks, faintly, the way the grain is present in old wood. An elderly woman named Setsu, who wore her cardigan buttoned all the way to the collar, even in the warmth of the room, and who had the careful, precise manner of someone raised in a time when posture and propriety were considered very nearly the same thing, was telling a story about the neighborhood she had grown up in, somewhere to the west of the city, a neighborhood that no longer looked the way she remembered it. She described the sound the old shopping street used to make on market mornings, the particular smell of the stall where her mother always stopped first, the way the stone paving felt in summer, even in the shade, warm already from the hours of sun before, and the specific quality of the light on a certain afternoon in a certain season, and the way a particular corner turned at the end of the block, and the sound the old streetcar used to make rounding it. The other residents at the table nodded or offered small additions. This reminded one of the streets she had known. That detail was different, but the feeling was the same, and the whole exchange had the texture of very old cloth, worn in a softness by many years, easy and familiar in the hand. Yui sat a little to one side and listened with the quality of attention that arrives when something quiet and interior has begun to stir, something she couldn't quite locate or name. Pause. It arrived somewhere in the middle of Setsu's story, somewhere between the description of the market stall and a mention of an old clock tower that used to stand at the end of the street and is no longer there. It was not recognition, not exactly, nothing as clear or definite as that. It was more like hearing the first few notes of a melody before you can remember which song it belongs to, a sense of something approaching the edge of awareness without quite crossing it, present and then not quite present, close and then further, the way things are when they have not decided whether to arrive. She told herself it was simply the vividness of the telling, that she was responding to a well-described image, that any listener would picture these streets and feel them as slightly familiar. But it was not quite that. It was something beneath the pictures, something in the texture of the words themselves. Not their meaning, but the way certain phrases moved in the air, the specific weight they carried. And when Setsu mentioned a neighborhood name, a name Yui had no reason to know, and no particular reason to have heard before, something in her chest caught very briefly, like a thread finding a small corner in the dark. She did not try to explain it, even to herself. She simply held it there, this gentle and unresolved thing, the way you might leave a window open on a still evening, not because you are waiting for anything specific, just because the air outside seems worth letting in. Pause. Later, an elderly man at another table, a man with a careful, deliberate way of speaking, who folded his napkin into precise quarters before setting it down, and who gave every word the feeling that it had been considered before it was offered, mentioned a train line that no longer ran, and named a small station along it. A name that meant nothing to Yui on any conscious level, and yet arrived inside her with a weight she could not account for. She found herself leaning very slightly forward. She found herself listening in a different register, not politely, not with the surface attention of someone maintaining conversation, but with something more interior and more searching, as if she were listening below the words for something the words were only pointing toward. She found herself thinking, quietly, carefully, the way you handle a thought you're not yet sure is fragile or sturdy, that maybe her past self had not been quite as remote a figure as she had always half imagined. Maybe the Japan that these grandmothers and grandfathers had grown up in, the streets and the markets and the old train lines and the clock towers and the stone paving still warm in the shade, was the Japan that her past self had moved through, breathed in, navigated by, the one she carried some faint and wordless echo of in the part of her mind where instinct lived and memory didn't quite reach. Pause. She might have known streets like the one Setsu was describing. She might have heard that very streetcar rounding that very corner in the particular way it had that Setsu still carried in her after all these years. She might have lived once as someone's neighbor in this kind of neighborhood, someone who passed without a vent in a corridor, who stopped at the same kind of market stall, who waited on the same platform in the same cold morning air, without knowing that decades later a girl who was somehow also her would sit in a warm room and feel the faint ghost of all of it moving through. It was not a frightening thought. It was more like finding something pressed carefully between pages, thin and old and surprisingly intact, discovered not with a start, but with a quiet, wondering pleasure that it had survived at all. The afternoon had grown softer, the light more angled, moving in the slow way that autumn light moves when the sun has made its decision about where it is going and is heading there without hurry, but without stopping either. Haruto appeared beside her with 2 small cups of green tea that a staff member had brought around on a trolley, and handed one over without ceremony and sat back with the easy, uncomplicated satisfaction of someone who has spent the day doing something they consider genuinely worthwhile. Yui wrapped both hands around the cup and let the warmth move through her palms, and looked around the room at all these faces, lined and patient and inhabited by lives so particular and so long that she couldn't begin to imagine the whole of any one of them. Setsu had begun talking again, to the woman beside her now, about a garden she used to keep somewhere, the specific and apparently considerable difficulty of persuading a certain variety of hydrangea to bloom in a certain kind of soil, and the other woman was nodding with the slow, grave authority of someone who has lost that exact same battle herself in a different garden at a different time, and knows precisely what kind of stubbornness the plant is capable of. Pause. Yui listened to that too, without understanding any of the gardening particulars, and it didn't matter. There was its own warmth in that, in sitting near knowledge that belonged entirely to someone else, in being present beside it without needing to hold it yourself. She sipped her tea and let the wondering rest loosely inside her, unclenched, not trying to arrive anywhere with it, not trying to resolve what it meant or whether it was real, just letting the afternoon be what it was, warm and slow and full of voices she didn't entirely understand, in a room that felt somehow, and for no reason she could explain, quieter and more full at the same time. She did not know, sitting there, what any of the afternoon was pointing toward, or what she was beginning to move in the direction of without knowing she was moving. She only knew that something in her had grown more attentive and more still, and that the afternoon had given her something she hadn't expected and could not yet name, something that sat in her like a door in a hallway she had always walked past that was standing, today very slightly open, and that the room and the people in it and the long, slow light and the voices rising and falling in their gentle and unhurried way, all of it felt very quietly like somewhere she had been before, in a form she no longer entirely had, in a life she no longer entirely remembered. Outside, the city moved through its afternoon at its own pace, and inside, the warmth of the room settled softly around all of them, and the curtains moved in the faint heat from the windows, and the grandmothers and grandfathers continued their long and particular conversations, carrying their lives forward through the hour in the calm and practiced way they always did. And Yui sat in the middle of it with her tea and held the wondering the way you hold something that is not yet ready to be understood, gently, without pressure, with the patience of someone who has learned, at least for this afternoon, to wait. And so we leave that hallway behind, letting it grow quiet and still, the way a candle settles after a breath passes through the room. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take it. Let your shoulders sink a little deeper. Let the weight of the evening fall away from you like water finding its own level. Our next story takes us nowhere new, for it is the same night unfolding, the same house breathing around the same quiet hours. You have not missed a thing. Simply rest where you are, and when you are ready, or even if you are not quite ready, the story will find you, soft and unhurried, just as sleep itself tends to do. In the common room of the nursing home, on a slow Tuesday afternoon that smelled softly of warm lunch and clean linen and something faintly floral that might have been someone's shampoo, a girl named Yui noticed that one of the residents was sitting entirely alone. She had been busy since early morning, carrying meal trays from the kitchen and setting them carefully at the right places, running a hairdryer with deliberate and gentle strokes over the white hair of a woman who had closed her eyes with an expression of absolute contentment, learning one small moment at a time, the particular kind of patience required when someone cannot quite remember they have already said thank you. The hours had moved more quickly around her than she had expected them to, filled as they were with small tasks that required more attention than they first appeared to. The precise matching of name cards to trays, the particular angle at which a spoonful of soup needs to be offered so that nothing spills, the way you nod when someone tells you something they may have already told you twice that morning, without letting the nod become anything other than genuine. Now the afternoon had reached its softer middle, the hour when most of the residents had gathered in gentle clusters around the long card table or settled into the chairs nearest the television. And the room had taken on that particular quality that communal spaces sometimes have in the middle of a weekday, unhurried and warm in a way that felt earned rather than imposed. Yui was standing near the far end of the room with an empty tray held loosely in both hands, looking across the space at something she had not entirely meant to notice. One of the residents had positioned himself apart from the others, on a low sofa near the window that faced the narrow courtyard garden, and he was sitting very still, his hands resting in his lap, his eyes turned outward toward whatever the window offered, a strip of sky, the upper branches of a small tree, the pale geometry of the neighboring wall in afternoon light. He was not looking at any one thing in particular, she thought, or perhaps he was looking at all of it with the same even attention, the way very tired people sometimes look at a middle distance and simply let the world hold still for them. She didn't know quite why she kept returning to him with her eyes, standing there with the tray and the room's ordinary sounds continuing around her. The low murmur of voices, the slap of playing cards on a table, the small domestic shuffle of an afternoon in a place where time is organized by meals and rest, and the gentle rotation of activities. A staff member passed close by, noticed the direction of Yui's gaze, and paused to say something quiet and explanatory that the man by the window was a resident named Shiro, and that he had been a little different lately, that only a few months ago he had been one of the most reliably talkative people in the building, always ready with a dry observation or a memory from somewhere, but that something had shifted in him recently, some inner habit of turning toward the world that had grown. Less certain. The staff member used the word for what was progressing inside him, dementia, with the particular carefulness that word always seems to carry, as if speaking it too plainly might break something, and she mentioned that on some days he seemed to lose not just facts, but the very instinct for company, and that he would simply sit like this, watching the window, and nothing she or the other staff said would quite reach him. Yui nodded and looked back at him, at the rounded slope of his shoulders in his cardigan, at the white of his hair, at the way his hands lay entirely still in his lap, not restless the way hands usually are when a person is simply sitting, but patient as if they had long since made their peace with waiting. She set the empty tray down on a nearby table and stood for a moment longer, not quite deciding to approach and not quite able to turn away. There was something about the quality of his solitude that did not feel like contentment. It was not the peaceful apartness of someone who has chosen to sit alone with their thoughts, which is a kind of density to it, a gathered quality. This was something else, more like an absence, like a seat where someone had very recently been and the cushion had not yet recovered its shape. She found herself thinking, without particularly deciding to think it, that nobody should sit alone by a window with that particular expression on their face if there was someone else in the room who was not otherwise occupied. She walked toward him slowly, moving the way you move in places that ask something of you without quite saying what: a library, a temple, the room where someone is sleeping, feeling obscurely that some quality of care was required here, though she would not have been able to explain why to anyone who asked. The carpet was a soft gray-green underfoot, and the afternoon light coming through the window was the particular pale gold of late spring, the kind that makes everything it touches look as though it has been in that exact place for a very long time, settled and unhurried and at rest. She passed two residents engaged in a low conversation about something one of their daughters had said on the telephone, and past the corner where Haruto, her classmate, her fellow placement student, was apparently in the middle of a cheerful debate with an elderly woman who was laughing and waving her hand at him. And then she was at the edge of the soft gray carpet that separated the window from the rest of the room, and she was standing close enough to speak. Shiro did not look up, even when she was near enough that he must have sensed her there. He went on watching the window with the same steady, even attention, and Yui stood for a moment in the slant of light and let herself simply be present, the way the staff member's unhurried manner had somehow instructed her without using any words. She said hello to him gently and gave her name and explained that she was a student doing her work placement for the week, and she asked, as lightly as she could manage, whether he might like to come and join the card game that seemed to be going on over by the window on the other side of the room. He didn't answer immediately, but there was a small shift in him when she spoke, something in the angle of his head, barely perceptible, a slight tilting of attention, as if her voice had reached him somewhere beneath the surface of wherever he had been, and he was deciding how far up to come. She waited. Nobody had told her before this week about the particular art of waiting in a place like this, that there are conversations where the ordinary rhythm of exchange no longer applies, where the most honest thing you can offer is simply your continued presence, unhurried and without expectation, and that sometimes what looks like silence is actually something much more like listening. She stood in the afternoon light with her hands loose at her sides and let the weight be whatever it needed to be, and the room moved quietly around her, and the small tree branch visible through the window shifted once in a breeze she couldn't feel from where she was standing, and then was still again. And then, slowly and with great care, Shiro turned to look at her. It was the kind of turn made by someone who has learned that movement requires deliberateness, who has made a kind of accommodation with the pace that his body now asks of him. And for a moment she was simply receiving the gaze of an elderly man, taking in the specific and unhurried details of an unfamiliar face, the deep lines carved by years into the skin around his eyes, the white of eyebrows that had grown thick and soft with age, the stillness that settles into a person over decades, like sediment settling in still water. She met his eyes. His expression changed in a way she was not prepared for. It was not the mild confusion she had seen on other faces in the room that day, the gentle, floating uncertainty of someone whose grip on the present moment had grown soft. It was something else entirely, something that was sharp and immediate and present, something that arrived in his eyes before he seemed to have any say in the matter. His eyes went wide, not in alarm, or not only in alarm, in something that looked more like the face a person makes when they have just understood something they have been trying to understand for a very long time, and the understanding has arrived without warning, and they have not yet decided how to carry it. He was looking at her with an intensity she had not encountered from anyone in the room that day, a quality of attention that was not confused or distant, but entirely focused, entirely unexpected. And Yui found that she had gone very still, that her feet had stayed exactly where they were, and that she was looking back at him with an attention that matched his own without her having chosen it. He said something then, almost under his breath, in the voice of someone speaking as much to themselves as to the room, that she looked exactly like someone he had once known. He murmured that there was something about her face, the way she was standing, something he couldn't quite account for, and that he was sorry. He added, gently and with a softness that was faintly embarrassed, that it was probably nothing, only that she looked so very much like a person he had once known. Yui stood in the window light and felt her heart do something sudden and unasked for in her chest, a sharp knock of recognition that arrived before she had any question to attach it to. It was not embarrassment, though there was some warmth in her face, and it was not the mild social awkwardness of being told by a stranger that you resemble someone else, which is a familiar enough feeling and passes quickly. It was something beneath all of that, something that moved before her thoughts could reach it, a response that seemed to come from somewhere below the ordinary level of reaction, a resonance she could feel clearly but could not locate. She did not know this man. She was quite certain of that in the way you can be certain of a fact that has been clearly established. She had never been to this nursing home before Monday, had never had any reason to be, and his face was entirely unfamiliar to her in every way that a face can be cataloged and checked against memory. And yet something in her had responded to the widening of his eyes before her mind had had time to process what was happening. Something had recognized. She did not know what, only that the word recognized was the one that came to her and would not leave. She asked him very gently, without pressing, who was she reminded him of, asked it the way you might hold out an open hand, with no expectation that anything will be placed there, only to show that you are not closed. He was quiet for a moment, his gaze moving slightly away and then back to her, and she could see him searching, could see the effort of it in the small tension around his eyes, the way a person looks when they are reaching for something that keeps retreating as they reach. Someone from a long time ago, he said finally, and his voice was very quiet, and there was in it the careful vagueness of a man who has arrived at the edges of what words can carry, and he added that he wasn't sure he could say any more than that, and that he was sorry for startling her. She told him it was quite all right, and she meant it with the particular sincerity of someone who has just felt something they don't understand and knows that pressing for clarity would only be unkind. She sat down in the chair beside his sofa, not asking first, simply settling into it, the way you settle into a space you have somehow recognized as yours before you can explain why. And for a few minutes they simply sat together while the room continued its quiet business around them. The card game on the other side of the room reached some kind of resolution that produced a small burst of laughter, and the television murmured something low and indistinct, and someone was asking a staff member about the weather for the following day, and all of it continued at its own steady pace while Yui and Shiro sat together by the window and said nothing at all. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. She noticed it was more like the silence between people who have already said the important thing and are now resting from it, which was strange because she could not have told anyone what the important thing had been. He looked at the window, and she looked at the window alongside him, and the strip of sky above the neighboring building had taken on a slightly different quality in the time since she had first crossed the room. The gold was beginning to deepen at its edges. The afternoon making its slow preparations for the evening the way it always does, without anyone asking it to. She found herself thinking, not quite as a thought, but as a kind of low hum beneath her attention, that she had walked across this room because she felt she should, and that she was now sitting here because something had shifted, and she was not sure she could say what it was that had shifted, only that it had. After a while, Shiro remarked quietly, in the unhurried way of someone deciding what to share as he goes, that it was a good day for sitting by a window, and she agreed with him, and the weight of the afternoon rested gently on both of them, and that small exchange felt in the way that small exchanges sometimes do, like considerably more than it appeared to be. He noticed the curtain move in a draft she couldn't feel from where she was sitting, just an inch to the left, settling back. And he mentioned it quietly, and she said yes, and they watched the curtain together to see whether it would do it again, and it didn't, and neither of them found this disappointing. After a while longer, he asked whether she liked books, with the tentative offering of someone who has decided to make a small gift and is not certain it will be welcome, and she said that she did, reasonably, in the honest way that avoids the over-enthusiasm one might offer, simply to be kind. He told her that he had read a great deal through his life, that there had been years when reading had been his primary company on certain kinds of quiet evenings, and that some of those books, he said, still lived inside him in a way that was difficult to describe, not as remembered facts, but as something more like weather, something that had become part of the air of him. She listened to this with an attention that surprised her a little, and asked him which books, and he named a few titles she didn't recognize, books from an era well before her own, and the way he spoke about them was not the way people usually perform their reading, but more the way people talk about places they have loved and returned to many times. She thought that she would have liked to ask him more, that there was something in the particular shape of his answers that made her want to hear another one. But there was time. She thought she would be back tomorrow and the day after, and this, too, was a new and quiet surprise. When Haruto appeared at her shoulder, having finished his card game, cheerful with whatever had happened there, and bent easily to say hello to Shiro in his natural, direct way, Shiro turned to him with something that was not quite recognition, but was at least a kind of mild and amiable willingness, and the three of them sat together for a few minutes while the afternoon made its quiet transition toward the end of itself. The staff began to organize the pre-dinner gathering not long after, and Shiro rose from the sofa with the careful, considered movement of a man who has made a thoughtful peace with his own pace, and before he turned to join the others, he looked at Yui once more, for just a moment. She would carry that look with her for the rest of the day. Not because there was anything dramatic in it, but because there was something in his expression that was warm and a little wondering, the look of someone who has encountered something they were not expecting and has decided, quietly, to be glad of it rather than troubled by it. She watched him make his careful, unhurried way across the room, his hands clasped gently behind his back, moving through the afternoon light toward where the others were assembling, and she felt that same quiet, unnamed thing pulse once more in her chest. Not urgently, not painfully, simply steadily, like a sound you hear when a room goes fully quiet, and you realize it had been there beneath everything all along. Haruto said something cheerful at her shoulder about what a good afternoon it had been, and she agreed, though her eyes were still resting on Shiro's back as he settled slowly into his place on the other side of the room. The window behind her held the last of the afternoon light, softer now, the gold having given way to something quieter and cooler, the sky a pale and unremarkable thing in the remaining hour of the day, and the room around her was filling with the small familiar percussion of pre-dinner preparations, the arrangement of chairs, the voices of staff calling gently across to one another, the particular warmth of a building settling into its evening rhythm. She stood in the space between where she had been and where she needed to go, in the place where the light was still lingering, carrying in her chest something she did not yet have a word for, the particular quality of feeling that arrives when something very old brushes against something very new, and both of them are startled, gently, to find the other still there. She did not know yet what it meant, that widening of his eyes, that murmured recognition, that knock against the inside of her chest that had arrived before she could understand what had caused it. She did not have a story to place it in or an explanation to reach for. Only the feeling itself, sitting quietly inside her like something left in a room a long time ago, and only now, by accident, found again. And then she went to help with the preparations. And the afternoon let her go gently, the way good afternoons do, without insisting, without requiring anything more of her than she had already given. She would be back tomorrow, she thought, as she walked across the soft carpet toward the sound of the others. And this thought arrived not as an obligation, but as something closer to a small and quiet looking forward, a warmth she placed carefully in the pocket of the evening and carried with her out into the world. And that perhaps was enough for one afternoon to have felt it and to have stayed. And so we leave that hallway behind, its quiet weight settling now, like dust and still air, like something gently set down. You don't need to hold any of it. Let drift. The same night is still unfolding. The same soft darkness stretching from room to room. And our next story is already there, waiting in the hush between one breath and the next. Take a moment if you need it. There is no hurry here. No place you're meant to be. Feel the weight of the blanket, the warmth beneath it. The night has hours yet, and so do you. When you're ready, or even if you aren't, even if sleep is already pulling at the edges, let the next story find you. The train was almost empty by the time they boarded it. That suspended, in-between hour when the carriages still held the faint smell of rain and the overhead lights had not yet decided to be fully bright, and the seats were mostly unoccupied, open and quiet as an afterthought. Yui settled into a window seat, and Haruto dropped down beside her with the easy, unthinking closeness of someone who had sat next to her in homeroom for 2 years and saw no particular reason to leave space between them now. His bag on his lap, his shoulder an inch from hers. Nothing ceremonial about it. The city moved past the glass the way cities do at that hour. Not fast enough to blur entirely, but soft enough that individual things lost their edges. A convenience store sign, a row of bicycles leaning at the curb, the lit window of a second-floor apartment where a silhouette moved behind a thin curtain. Normally, Yui would have been talking, filling the ride home with the small commentary that was simply how she moved through the world, something about the lunch they had served, or the moment when Haruto had held the hairdryer so slowly and carefully that the elderly gentleman had laughed at him. But tonight she sat with her hands loose in her lap and said nothing at all. Haruto noticed, the way he always noticed things like that, not with the particular alertness of someone who needed to be needed, but with a kind of quiet peripheral awareness that was simply part of how he occupied a space, something in the corner of his attention that registered the temperature of the people near him without making a fuss of the fact. He did not say anything immediately, which was also his way. He let a full minute pass, the train rocking gently on its tracks, the reflections in the window doubling and dissolving as they passed through a brief tunnel and then out again into the soft gray blue of early evening. Then he turned toward her very slightly, not intrusively, and asked if she was tired, and his voice was a little softer than his usual voice, carrying that particular lightness he used when he was trying to make room for something without making a production of the making room. Yui looked at her hands for a moment. The skin across her knuckles was dry from the disinfectant they had used that afternoon on the surfaces and trays, that faint chemical pull across the skin, and she told him she was not exactly tired. And then, before she had entirely decided to say it, she asked if she could tell him something strange. He said that she was always strange, which was his way of saying she could tell him anything she liked, and she almost smiled at that, almost came back at him the way she usually would, but the afternoon had left her too close to something she did not have ordinary words for yet, and so she only nodded and began. She told him that she had past life memories. She watched the words settle into the air between them and waited for the expression she had been preparing herself for. The careful neutrality, the slight pulling away, the face people made when they were deciding how kind they needed to be about something they had already quietly dismissed. Haruto's face did none of those things. She kept going, because she had started and the train was moving and there was nowhere else to be. And she told him that most of what she knew about her early years came from her parents, from stories they had told her so many times that she had absorbed them the way you absorb anything that is repeated often enough. Not as memory exactly, but as a kind of settled knowledge. She told him that she had apparently spoken in long, clear sentences before it was time for long, clear sentences, and that before she was 3 years old, she had walked out of the front door twice, calm as anything, telling her parents she had a promise to keep somewhere, as though an appointment were waiting for her down the street. She told them that most of it had faded as she grew, the way early things do. Not all at once, but gradually, the way a drawing left in sunlight loses itself, the details going first, and then the shapes, and then finally just the faintest impression of something that had once been vivid and clear. She told him that today at the nursing home, when she had seen the old man sitting alone by the window, Shiro, the one who barely spoke to anyone, the one who had been slowly retreating from the world, she had felt something she could not explain with any of the ordinary words she had for feelings. It had not been recognition exactly, not the simple kind, not the way you recognize a face when you have simply forgotten the name that belongs to it. It had been something older than that, something that sat in the center of her chest and knew without being able to say how it knew. She told him she felt certain she had met Shiro before. Not this year and not in this life, but before, and that whatever they had been to each other had mattered in the way that only a small number of things matter, the kind of matching that goes down to somewhere deeper than the surface of things. The train slowed for a station and a few people got on, moving past them down the aisle with the mild, preoccupied air of commuters who have their minds somewhere else entirely. And then the door slid closed, and the city resumed its soft sliding past the glass. Yui looked at her hands again and said she knew how that sounded. She said she knew that most people, when they heard something like that, needed a moment to decide between being politely dismissive and being genuinely uncomfortable, and she said she would not hold either one against him, and that she had not planned on saying any of it. It had just come out the way things do when a day has tilted you sideways and the usual guardrails of what you say and don't say come a little loose. There was a silence then, and Yui felt the familiar small weight of having said too much, of having handed something fragile to someone who had not asked to hold it, and she was already composing the retreat, the light shrug, the never mind, the turn back toward the window, when she noticed that Haruto had gone very still beside her. Not the stillness of discomfort, and not the stillness of someone searching carefully for the right polite thing to say. Something else entirely, a brightness in him, a kind of quiet, contained aliveness, like something that would have been noisier in a different setting. He turned to look at her fully then, and his eyes had that quality they sometimes had when he had heard something that genuinely surprised him. Not the performed interest of someone being kind, but the real kind, the kind that does not need to decide to pay attention because it is already paying attention. He told her he believed her, just like that, plainly, without the hedging she had expected, without the careful I can see why you'd feel that, without anything cushioning or qualifying it. Simply, he believed her. And then, before she had even finished feeling what it was to be believed, that particular quiet relief of it, like something that had been holding itself slightly braced, finally being allowed to let go. He told her that he had something too. Not a past life memory, he said, but something in the same family, something in the same neighborhood of experience. And he said he did not usually bring it up because it required too much explaining and too much defending, and he had found it was generally easier just to keep it to himself. He told her that when he was about 2 years old, he had told his mother something. He had told her in the particular clear and earnest way that 2-year-olds sometimes speak when they have not yet learned that certain things are not supposed to be said, that he remembered coming down. Those are the words he had apparently used, coming down through something that felt like a very long slide, from somewhere very high to somewhere much closer to the ground. He had said that before the coming down, there had been a floating, a warm, suspended floating in the particular darkness that felt nothing like frightening, but rather soft and heavy and full of sound. The sound of his mother's heartbeat from the inside, which was not the same as the heartbeat you hear when you press your ear to someone's chest. He had told her because from inside it was rounder, it was larger. It was more like being inside the sound than simply being next to it. He had told his mother that the floating had been pleasant and the coming down had been fast and a little startling but not bad, and that he had been glad, genuinely glad, in the way a small person is glad, to find her there on the other side of it. His mother had written it down, he said, not because she was especially given to that kind of record keeping, but because the particular word startling had caught her, the fact that a child who still mispronounced ordinary words had used that one correctly in a sentence, as if he had been carrying it around and waiting for the right moment to place it somewhere. Yui sat with that for a moment, the train swaying gently beneath them, the city continuing its slow and quiet slide past the glass. A cluster of apartment buildings, each lit window a separate small life, the blue flicker of a television, the silhouette of someone at a sink, a window left entirely dark. She found herself thinking that she had never told anyone about the past life memories before. Not really, not the way she had just told Haruto, with the door actually open, standing in front of another person and saying, "This is real, and it happened, and today it came back to me in the middle of an ordinary Tuesday, and I do not know what to do with it." She had mentioned them before, abstractly, lightly, in the way you mention a quirk, a funny thing about me, without ever quite letting anyone all the way into them, without handing them over the way she had just handed them over, in a half-empty train carriage on the way home from a nursing home, to a boy who had sat next to her for 2 years. She had not expected to feel so much lighter. Haruto was quiet for a moment too, watching the city, and then he said something she would think about later. In the way certain sentences stay with you, not because they answer anything, but because they change the shape of the question. He said that the way he had come to think of it, and he said this with the gentle unpretentiousness of someone who had turned something over for a long time, but was not attached to being right about it, was that some people simply had a slightly longer thread. Most people, he said, arrive in a life and the thread only went back to the beginning of that life, to being small, to being held, to the first things they could remember in the ordinary sense. But some people had a thread that went further back than that extended past the beginning into something before it. And those people, he said, spent their lives with a faint tugging that they could not always name, a sense of having come from somewhere specific, of being in the middle of something larger that the others simply did not feel in the same way. He did not say it as though he had solved anything, or as though he needed her to agree with it. He said it softly and without insistence, as a way of keeping her company in the not knowing, the way you hold something carefully when someone has handed it to you. Yui looked at him for a moment. He was still watching the window, not her, the city having darkened a little further, the sky outside settling into that deep, soft blue that comes just before the streetlights take over entirely. She told him she had never put it like that, but that it felt right, the thread, the faint tugging, and that she was grateful he had a shape for it, even if the shape was just a metaphor, and metaphors were only ways of standing in the dark and pointing at something. He smiled at that, a small sideways smile, and told her that he thought pointing in the dark was actually most of what people were doing most of the time, and that you might as well point at something interesting. The train began to slow for their station then, and they gathered their things in the quiet, unhurried way of people who have just shared something and are not yet ready for the ordinary world to resume. Her bag, his jacket from the overhead rack, the small adjustments of re-entering themselves. On the platform, the evening air was cooler than the train had been. That particular city cool that carries the memory of rain even when the rain has stopped, a faint mineral smell on the breeze, the distant sound of a bicycle bell somewhere down the street. They walked in the direction of the bus stop, neither of them speaking for a little while, and it was the comfortable kind of not speaking, the kind that does not need filling. That means the conversation is still happening somewhere below the level of words. Yui found herself thinking about Shiro, the way he had looked at her from across the common room that afternoon, the way his eyes had gone wide and then soft, the way he had apologized for staring. Said she reminded him of someone he used to know, that careful, slightly embarrassed apology of someone who has glimpsed something and is not sure they are allowed to say so. She thought about the way he had come alive in the afternoon, the stiffness leaving him gradually, the words coming more easily, the smile he had smiled over the card game, small and a little shy, the smile of someone remembering how to do it, as though it were a movement they had not made in a while. She did not know yet what it meant, or what she would do with the feeling, or whether the quiet certainty that had settled in her chest when she looked at him would eventually resolve into anything clear. But it did not feel frightening. That was the thing she noticed when she sat with it now. It did not feel frightening at all. It felt like something that had been waiting a long time to be acknowledged, and which had finally quietly been. Haruto said good night at the corner where their routes diverged. In the easy offhand way, he said most things, but then he paused for just a moment, his hands in his jacket pockets, and told her that he was glad she had said something tonight. She told him she was glad too, and she meant it in the full and simple way, without qualification. The walk home was not long. 8 minutes, perhaps 10 if she went slowly, which tonight she did. The streetlights already on, the pavement still faintly damp from the afternoon, each lamp reflected in a long pale smear on the wet stone beneath her feet. She thought about the thread Haruto had described, the longer one, the kind that goes back past the beginning of things, and she tried to feel it, not as an idea, but as an actual sensation, the way you sometimes can feel something more clearly when you have just been given a word for it. And there was something there, she thought, something faint and continuous, like a single note held just below the threshold of hearing. Not intrusive, not demanding, simply present, the way things that are very old sometimes are, just there in the quiet underneath everything else. She reached her front door and stood for a moment on the step, not yet going in. The night air gentle around her, the neighborhood settling into its evening sounds, the low murmur of a television from a window somewhere, the soft chime of a wind ornament, the unhurried rustling of the persimmon tree in the neighbor's small yard. A cat made its slow, deliberate way along the top of the garden wall, paused to observe her with a mild and ancient indifference of cats who have watched many people arrive home at the end of many ordinary days, and then moved on. She thought about the old man sitting by the window, watching the garden with eyes that had held something a very long time. And she thought about the word thread, and how a thread, however long, has two ends, and both of them are real. She went inside then, and the door closed softly behind her, and the street was quiet again, just the sound of the wind in the persimmon tree, and the distant and unhurried sound of the city easing itself in the night, and somewhere further off, the low, gentle rhythm of a train on its tracks, moving somewhere in the dark. And that, for tonight, was enough. And so we leave that hallway behind, the echo of its story settling like dust in still air. There is no hurry now. If you need a moment, take one. Let your shoulders soften. Let the weight of the day press gently into wherever you are resting. The same night continues, unhurried and dark, and in that darkness the same story is still unfolding, one quiet breath at a time. There is nowhere else to be. You are already here, already safe, and the next chapter will find you exactly where you are, still and listening and slowly letting go. In the common room of the care home, on the third and final morning of her internship, a girl named Yui moved quietly among the residents, carrying a small tray of teacups with the careful ease of someone who had learned, only in the past 48 hours, where everything in this place belonged. She had come to know certain things with the intimacy that only routine creates, which grandmother liked her tea a little cooler than the rest, which grandfather kept a slim paperback tucked beneath his chair cushion and pretended he was not reading it, which corner of the room caught the warmest light in the late morning and drew the most sleepy residents toward it like cats. These were small things, but she had come to feel, somewhere over these 3 days, that small things were the entire substance of this place, that the whole art of caring for someone lay not in large gestures, but in the quiet accumulation of noticing and the soft adjustment that followed. Haruto was somewhere behind her near the television, and she could hear, without needing to look, that he had made at least 2 grandmothers laugh in the last few minutes, which was entirely in keeping with his way of moving through the world. And Shiro was here, at the long table with everyone else. Pause. Not at his window chair. Not at that distant, solitary post where she had first found him on Monday morning, watching the outdoor trees with the patience of someone who had learned to expect nothing particular from the nearer world, but here, among the others, a development so gradual over 3 days that she had almost not noticed it happening, like a plant turning slowly toward a light it has only just discovered. He had been, on that first morning, a man of great careful distance, folded into himself at the window, answering the staff's gentle questions with 1 or 2 words, his eyes returning always to the middle distance beyond the glass. And he had become, by this final day, someone who accepted a cup of tea when it was offered, who set it down within a conversation rather than outside of one, who had, just yesterday, spent the better part of an hour teaching Yui the rules of a card game she had been too embarrassed to admit she didn't know. She did not entirely understand what had shifted between them over those 3 days, only that something had, and that it sat in the room with a kind of warm, unresolved weight, the way certain things sit when they have been acknowledged in the body but not yet named by the mind. Breath, The morning moved through its unhurried rhythms, the tea trolley making its slow progress, the television in the corner murmuring about the week's weather, a gentle disagreement down the hall about whether a window ought to be open, a sparrow outside making its brief announcement to no one in particular. Several of the grandmothers drew their chairs into a loose gathering near the windows after the tea was distributed, and Yui settled among them, listening to a conversation that wandered pleasantly across decades, picking up the threads she recognized and letting the others pass by, the way you let water run past your hand. Shiro sat at the edge of this gathering, not speaking much, but present, turning toward the group rather than away from it, which was, in its quiet way, its own kind of speech. One of the grandmothers observed, with a fond air of someone noting a recurring and rather charming habit, that Shiro had been going on again about the girl who reminded him of someone, and the others received this with warm sounds of people who have heard a story many times and find it no less pleasant for that. Pause. Shiro replied, softly, that he was sorry to keep repeating himself, and that he knew it was a foolish thing, but that he could not help noticing it. The way she moved in a certain way, the tilt of her head when she was listening, the particular quality of her laugh. Yui heard this from where she sat, perhaps half a meter from him, and felt the thing that had been living in her chest since Monday press inward, gently, and then less gently, like a tide that has been patient, but is becoming less certain it can hold its position. She had been circling this feeling for 3 days, the low persistent hum of almost recognition, the sense of standing at the edge of something familiar without being able to see what it was, and it had not resolved, and she had not pressed it, and here on the final morning it simply sat inside her, heavy and warm and stubbornly unnameable. Pause. The smallest grandmother, the one with the soft white hair that gathered at the sides of her face like the good kind of cloud, reached over and began to pat Yui's back in slow circles. The rhythm of someone who does not need to be told that a young person is holding something a fraction too tightly, who simply knows and responds. Yui told her with a degree of honesty that she was perfectly fine, that it had simply been a full few days, and that endings always made her a little melancholy. Even good endings, even a natural kind that arrive at their proper time and leave everything in better order than they found it. The grandmother made the quiet sound of someone who believes what she's being told is technically true and emotionally incomplete, and the patting continued without interruption. Yui leaned into it a little, because there was something in that small ancient gesture, entirely uncalculated, entirely without agenda, that made the tightness in her chest release by small degrees, the way a stubborn knot releases when the right thread is finally found. Breath. The grandmother leaned across to add something to the woman on her other side, still patting, still unhurried about the whole business. And as she leaned, her hair, which was very fine and very soft, the kind of hair that has become over many decades as light as anything in the world, swung forward with the movement, and the ends of it grazed along Yui's cheekbone, the gentlest possible touch, barely a touch at all. It was enough. Yui's nose, operating entirely without her consent, produced the sneeze she had been suppressing since childhood, not the composed and socially acceptable sneeze she had trained herself to produce in company, but the original one, the ungainly one, the one that had mortified her since she was small. Half swallowed, unexpected in its pitch, shaped in a way that could most charitably be described as entirely its own thing. Pause. She covered her mouth with both hands immediately and felt her face go warm, and from the grandmothers around her there rose a small ripple of gentle laughter. The purely affectionate kind, the kind that sees a young person's embarrassment and finds in it something endearing rather than comic. She was beginning to laugh at herself, too, beginning to fold the embarrassment into the laughter the way you fold a familiar old awkwardness when it surfaces, and then she noticed that the laughter had not come from every direction. From where Shiro sat, there was nothing. She looked up. Pause. He had gone entirely, absolutely still. Not the comfortable stillness of a man at rest, but the arrested quality of someone whose body has received information so large and so unexpected that it does not know yet how to resume its ordinary processes, as though every minor physical routine has been suspended while something more fundamental takes precedence. His eyes were fixed on her, and the expression in them was not one she had a name for. It was older than surprise, deeper than recognition, and it held in it something that looked, to her eyes, like the moment before a very long breath, like the face of someone who has been waiting for something they believed, long ago, they had lost for good. The grandmothers were still talking, and Haruto was somewhere behind her, and the television was still going about the weather, and the afternoon was still entirely itself around them both. Pause. But Shiro looked at her as though the afternoon had simply stopped. He rose from his chair with the slow, deliberate care of someone who does not wish to disturb a dream, and walked the few steps toward her with a reverence in his gait that she would not have words for later, only the memory of it, the quality of a man approaching something he has not dared to approach for a very long time. He stopped when he was close, and the room, which had been full of the small sounds of an ordinary morning, seemed to hold itself, as rooms sometimes do at the edges of important things. When a name arrived, it came barely above silence, 2 syllables breathed from somewhere deep and careful, released with the exact gentleness of something fragile that has been held for years in a closed hand. Fumi, he whispered, just that, just those 2 soft sounds, and then nothing more. Just a name. Just that. Pause. And in a moment those 2 syllables reached her, something in Yui that had been sealed for a very long time began, slowly and then entirely, to open. It was not like remembering the way you remember a forgotten errand or the name of song. It was larger than that, and far older, less like retrieval and more like restoration, like a rune that has been shuttered for years being unsealed all at once to the light. Everything inside preserved exactly where it was set down, slightly still by time, and real. Long pause. There was a desk, pale wood, a telephone with a long coiled cord, a narrow vase of chrysanthemums on the corner, and the particular good smell of carbon paper and cool autumn air and the faint sweetness of someone's desk flowers in the morning. And she was sitting at that desk in a cream-colored jacket she had been quietly proud of, and the morning was October, and she was young, and she was herself. Her name, then, was Fumi, and she wore it the way you were a name you have always had, without awareness of it, the way you don't think of your own breath until someone asks you to describe it. She worked at the reception desk of a small trading company, and her work was mostly a matter of pleasantness and precision, answering the telephone, directing visitors, maintaining the logbook, and she was good at both, and the mornings were not difficult, and she had, in those days, the quiet, uncomplicated happiness of someone who is exactly suited to the shape of her days. Men came through the lobby and were charmed by her, and she managed this as one manages any fact of one situation, with practical neutrality, neither dismissing it nor weighting it too heavily, simply including it in the arithmetic of an ordinary working week. Pause. And then there was a Tuesday in autumn. She knew it was a Tuesday with a certainty she could not explain, the way certain memories retain their specific day of the week with a precision that defies expectation. When a man she had not seen before came through the door and crossed the lobby without looking at the reception desk. He had a folder under his arm and the air of someone who would very much prefer to be sitting somewhere quiet with that folder and a cup of tea, and he did not look at the desk the way visitors looked at the desk, which was to say that he was not, in that first moment, arranging himself for anyone's benefit at all. She noticed this immediately and kept noticing it over the weeks that followed. And the keeping noticing was something she did not announce to herself, but simply allowed, the way you allow a small plant to grow in a window you pass each morning, not tending it exactly, only observing with quiet approval that it is still there. His name, she learned from the logbook, his own careful handwriting, the time set down in even, unhurried strokes, was Shiro, and over the weeks and then the months she had come to understand that he was a man who did not perform, who did not deploy his better qualities for an audience, who was simply whatever he was in the same unvarying way whether or not anyone was watching. Pause. She had, in November of that year, with the straightforward decisiveness of someone who trusts her own mind, asked him to walk with her after his appointment. She remembered the moment clearly, the way his face, which had held its careful, composed expression so consistently across all those previous visits, shifted just slightly at the question, something behind it easing on a long-held hinge, a door that had been closed for a very respectable amount of time, opening a careful fraction. His nod had been slow and shy, and the small particular pleasure in his face at the moment of that nodding, unguarded, unpolished, entirely his own, had been among the most unexpectedly tender things she had ever seen. They walked that first afternoon to a park that lay at approximately equal distance between their two neighborhoods. A park with a large municipal clock at its entrance, old and unhurried, marking the hours with the mild official patience of something that has been doing its job for a very long time and does not expect thanks for it. Breath. They walked around the park and then sat on a bench and talked until the light in the sky went the color of warm stone, and then went on talking a while longer, and she came home that evening lighter than she had left, which was a sufficient and complete fact, and she did not elaborate on it. The park became their place, the midpoint between their two neighborhoods, and the clock became their code, because in those years a meeting required a real address and a real time, a commitment that could not be altered at the last moment by a message sent from a pocket, and she had found in this old requirement something quietly lovely, something that felt more like a promise than a convenience. 10 in the morning, by the clock. They said it each time they parted, as a kind of small ceremony, a seal, turning a simple goodbye into a specific and named future. Pause. The months gathered into years, and the years were good in the way that the best years are good. Not spectacular, not the kind that make vivid stories for others, but the kind that fill a life without drama and sustain it without effort. The years of a shared kettle and a quiet evening, and two people who have stopped needing to explain themselves because explanation has given way to something deeper and simpler. They decided to marry in the way that felt, at the moment it happened, less like a decision and more like an acknowledgement, recognizing something that had already been true for quite some time, settling it into language the way you settle a heavy thing into a good final resting place. She had chosen a white dress for the morning, and the dress was right, and the May morning was right, all new leaves and warmth, the city wearing its most generous version of itself, the air carrying the smell of everything in bloom at once. Pause. She was walking to the park. 10 in the morning, by the clock. One last time, the first time as his wife, because some habits are too full of affection to retire even when they have outgrown their original purpose, because the code had become the thing itself, and she wanted to arrive at it once more. She was walking to the park, and she was thinking with the simple and complete satisfaction of someone who is exactly where they're supposed to be in the world, that she was as happy as she had ever been, that the morning was perfect, that the white dress was right, and that Shiro would be standing by the clock with his hands folded in the particular patient way he folded them when he was waiting, unhurried, certain she was coming. She held that thought. Shiro by the clock, his folded hands, his unhurried certainty, as though it were the most natural and permanent thing in the world, as though mornings like this one simply continued. And then the memory knew there was a then, but it did not dwell there. It only noted it the way you note a threshold, without lingering on its geometry. A sound, and a long, unmoored moment of incomprehension, and then a great quiet, wide and unhurried as open water, and she was rising through it with the soft, slow lightness of someone very nearly asleep. Long pause. She remembered, she was certain now, that she remembered speaking one last thing into whatever was listening barely above a breath as she rose, that she was sorry, that she had tried to be there, that the clock would still say 10 o'clock, and that he would be standing by the gate, and that she was sorry. She was so sorry. She had wanted so much to be there. In the common room of the care home, Yui was weeping, and she did not know when she had started. Her hands were pressed to her chest, and her face was entirely wet, and the grandmothers around her had gone quiet with the particular softness that descends on people when they find themselves near something real, something that does not belong to them, but that they recognize because they are old enough to recognize the shape of it. Pause. Haruto was beside her with his hand on her back, warm and steady, moving in the same slow circles the grandmother had used, and he was not asking any questions, which was the most generous thing he could have done. Shiro stood close and very still, and his face had the look of something that had been carried for a very long time being finally, and carefully set down. Not lost, not discarded, but placed with intention in the open air after years of being kept folded inside a closed hand. They looked at each other, and the looking held everything that was real between them. That she knew him now, that she had always known him in some deep and wordless way, that she was sorry for the morning of the white dress and the park and the clock that had kept its faithful appointment without her, and that she was glad, she was so glad, with a gladness that had nowhere obvious to go, but simply filled her entirely, to have found him here, in this room, in this life, at the end of an ordinary 3-day internship in late May. Pause. Around them the afternoon continued its gentle business. The television murmuring from the corner, someone 2 rooms away setting down a cup, the sparrow outside the window making a small, ordinary announcement, and Yui sat inside all of it with the particular lightness of someone who has just set down a weight they did not know they were carrying until the moment their hands came empty. Whatever had been held between them across whatever passage of years and names and forms had been said now, without words, in the way the most necessary things are always said, in a look, in the quality of a stillness, in the simple fact of 2 people recognizing each other across a distance they cannot measure or explain. Pause. Yui breathed slowly, and the tightness that had lived in her chest for 3 days, for longer than 3 days, she understood now. For as long as she had been carrying the almost memory of something not yet finished, eased at last in a long, soft release, the way the last of the winter cold eases out of a room when a window is finally, gently opened. Breath. The light through the pale gauze curtains was the unhurried light of a late morning in May, falling softly on the wooden floor and the low table and the teacups that had gone cool while everyone's attention was elsewhere. The same quality of light that had, in another life, found its way into a small lobby where a girl in a cream jacket sat at a pale wooden desk and watched a particular man cross the room without looking up. She had thought, then, that the most interesting thing about him was that he wasn't looking. She had been right, it turned out. Pause. And the afternoon held all of it, the knowing and the not knowing, the remembering and the letting go, the clock at 10 in the morning and the park and the white dress, and all the years in between and all the years still to come. Held it the way a good afternoon holds everything, lightly, without effort, with the mild, patient grace of something that has been here long enough to know that most things, given enough time, find their way to where they need to be. And that, perhaps, is where she has been resting all along. And so we leave that hallway behind, letting it fade gently, the way a half-remembered dream dissolves before you can quite hold it. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take it. Let your breath fall slow and even let your shoulders settle a little deeper into where you rest. The same night is still unfolding. The same quiet house still breathing around us. And the story simply continues, turning like a page you barely felt beneath your fingers. When you are ready, and there is no rush, truly none at all, we will step back in together, softly, the way moonlight moves across a floor without waking anyone. On the last afternoon of Yui's 3-day placement at the nursing home, Something small happened. Something almost funny. Really, she sneezed in that involuntary and entirely undignified way she had always sneezed, the way no amount of self-consciousness had ever managed to correct, and she pressed her fingers lightly over her mouth in the aftermath, and looked up, and found the elderly man named Shiro already rising slowly from his chair by the window. He moved with care, one hand trailing along the wooden back of the nearest chair, and his eyes, pale and very steady, were fixed on Yui with an expression she had no easy name for, something between recognition and disbelief, the face of a person arriving in arithmetic some had long since stopped expecting to find. Yui stood very still, her hand still hovering near her mouth, watching him come toward her across the warm sun-laid floor. And she noticed, in the way one notices small things during moments of great stillness, how the afternoon light was lying low and soft on the linoleum, and how the room had acquired a quality of held breath that had nothing to do with anything happening in it. He came close, and he looked at her, and then, softly, almost under his breath, in the way a person says a name they are not entirely certain they should say aloud, he said a name. The name was Fumi. In the instant that syllable reached her, something moved in the back of Yui's mind. Not a memory she had gone looking for, not a door she had knowingly been standing before, but something more like a window opening in a room she had forgotten was there, and through the window, light, and through the light, another life, whole and detailed and entirely complete. It arrived the way deep things arrive, not in order, not all at once, but in fragments and sensations that precede their explanations. The smell of cool office air and fresh white flowers, the soft two-tone chime of the telephone, the sensation of having a name that was not Yui, of being someone who woke each morning with the settled confidence of a person who knows exactly where she is going and is glad of it. The name she had then was Fumi, and Fumi had worked as a receptionist at a small trading company in the city, a modest and pleasant position, the kind of work that suited someone who found genuine satisfaction in doing small things carefully and making any room they occupied feel slightly more welcoming than it had been before they arrived. The lobby of that company was Fumi's particular domain. Pale walls, a low counter, the faint hum of air moving through the vents, and always on the corner of her desk a small ceramic vase she refreshed each Monday with whatever the flower stand outside the station had that week. White chrysanthemums in autumn, broom in late winter, small peonies in May. Nothing too elaborate or self-important. She answered the telephone with warmth that was not performed. She remembered faces and names with an ease that pleased people. She directed visitors to the right floors without making them feel they had caused any trouble. And she had come to feel, in the 6 or so years she had worked there, that this lobby with its two-tone telephone and its ceramic vase and its low afternoon light was a place where she was entirely herself. There had been, over those years, a good number of visitors who found reasons to linger at the front desk rather longer than business strictly required, and Fumi had always been warm and clear about this in the way some people simply are, naturally, without calculation. The manner of a person who knows the difference between kindness and encouragement and keeps them neatly in separate places. And then one gray Tuesday in the early days of autumn, A man named Shiro had arrived as a representative of one of their client companies. Slim briefcase. Dark suit perhaps slightly too large for him in the shoulders. Hair combed with care rather than vanity. And Fumi had looked up with her usual pleasant readiness. And something had made her look again. He was quiet in a particular way she found herself noticing. Not merely shy, though shyness was part of it, but something more like composed, the quality of a person at ease in their own silence, who does not feel the need to fill the air simply because it is there. And he thanked her when she directed him to the third floor with a low, careful courtesy that had nothing in it of the studied charm she was accustomed to. And then he walked to the elevator, and that, by every right, should have been the whole of it. It should have been the whole of it. And yet she had spent the rest of that morning finding her attention drawn to the elevator doors each time they opened, and had gone home that evening with a faint and pleasant puzzlement she was not quite sure what to do with. He came again the following week, and the week after that, and each time he thanked her with the same unhurried courtesy and asked after nothing more than necessity required. And Fumi, who had always preferred to move toward interesting things rather than wait for them to come to her, had found this restraint not discouraging but genuinely interesting. The way a door that does not blow open in the wind makes you wonder, gently, what might be on the other side. And so on an afternoon in November, when Shiro had come back through the lobby for his coat after finishing his business on the third floor, Fumi had asked him quietly, over the counter, as though it were the most natural remark imaginable, whether he happened to like coffee. He stopped. He stood still for a moment, and then he looked at her, that careful, arithmetic expression, and then, slowly, the corner of his mouth lifted, a small and somewhat sideways smile, the kind that happens against a person's better judgment, and he replied that yes, he did like coffee, very much indeed. That Friday afternoon they had gone to a narrow coffee shop near the park, a place with wooden chairs and the warm smell of roasting beans and a window looking out over the Zelkova trees lining the street. And they had sat across from each other at a small table and talked for 3 hours, or perhaps a little more. And when Fumi finally noticed the window had gone dark and the street lamps were lit, she felt something settle in her chest that was quiet and entirely certain. Here was someone. She wanted to know slowly, over a long time, with full attention. On the way home, they had walked through the park, which lay roughly halfway between their two apartments, as they had happened to discover in the conversation, and the park had at its center an old stone clock tower, plain and solid-faced, the kind of clock that looks as though it has been in that exact spot since before the surrounding city was built, patient and indifferent to whatever comes and goes around it. The park became theirs in the natural way places become claimed, through repeated presence, through small accumulated mornings, through the gradual layering of one shared experience on another, until the place holds its own particular meaning, readable only by two specific people. In those years, without the small telephones that everyone now carries in a pocket, the business of meeting someone required a certain deliberateness. You chose a place, you chose a time, you trusted each other to arrive at that place at that time, and that trust, unremarkable as it sounds in description, had a texture and a weight that Fumi had always found quietly moving. Their arrangement became a phrase, 5 words that said everything without needing to say more. 10 o'clock, at the park. whenever one of them wrote those words in a note or said them on the telephone. The phrase carried within it the whole weight of the stone clock tower and the Zelkova trees, and the specific quality of a morning not yet committed to any particular kind of morning. The cool air, the pigeons settling in the upper branches, the pale gold light arriving between the leaves and landing softened on the gravel path below. Fumi loved those mornings, loved arriving and finding Shiro already there, as he almost always was, standing near the clock with his hands in his coat pockets, looking up at its face with an expression of mild and habitual verification, as though confirming that time was still being properly kept. And she loved the way he became slightly more still when he heard her footsteps on the path, and the way the corner of his mouth moved upward, reliably, without his permission, before she had even reached him. She loved the particular quality of standing beside him, which was different from the quiet of standing alone, warmer, more inhabited, the kind of stillness that is company woven through it. They had been together 2 years when Shiro, on a cold February morning at their usual bench with the clock tower large behind him and their breath visible in the air between them, had asked her with considerable effort and evident seriousness whether she would consider becoming his wife. He asked it with such gravity, such preparedness, such obvious awareness of the weight of what he was proposing, that Fumi had felt, alongside the immediate and entirely uncomplicated happiness, a tenderness so sharp it made her laugh, and she said yes while laughing, and she worried briefly that he might misread it, but his smile, when it came, was the widest and least sideways she had ever seen it, and that settled the question entirely. The preparations for the wedding were kept simple, as both of them preferred, a small ceremony. Only the people who genuinely mattered, no more occasion than was necessary to say clearly to the world what they already knew privately, and they took a quiet pleasure in making each arrangement together, unhurried, discussing even the smallest details with the easy seriousness that had always characterized the things they did together. The ring was chosen on a Saturday afternoon in late March, in a small jeweler's shop that Fumi had passed many times on the way to work and had always found appealing in its restraint, a window with only a few pieces, each given room, nothing that needed to announce itself too loudly. And they spent a long and unhurried time at the cabinet, not because they could not decide, but because they were in no hurry to be finished. And the ring they chose was modest, a small stone set simply in A. Band, the kind of thing a person could wear every day without needing to be careful of it. On the train home, Shiro held the small box in both hands and turned it over once, carefully, as though verifying its weight, and Fumi watched him and felt the particular fondness that comes from knowing someone well enough to recognize what they're doing when they're doing it. He was checking, as he always checked, that something good was genuinely there. The night before the wedding, they spoke by telephone as they always did when apart, and the conversation was easy and warm and entirely ordinary in the best possible sense. They talked about the weather forecast, about the food arrangements, about a small thing that had happened at the office that week, and when they said good night, it had the comfortable plainness of two people who have already said everything important in smaller ways over a long time. They agreed, before hanging up, to meet the following morning at 10 o'clock at the park, as always, before going together to the ceremony. And Fumi fell asleep that night with the quiet certainty of someone who knows tomorrow will be a good day, and who finds that certainty itself a kind of happiness, sufficient and gentle. The morning arrived clear and mild, the kind of autumn morning that feels like a small and unearned gift, cool air and pale gold light, and the particular hush that settles on a city still in the process of waking, before the noise has gathered itself, before the streets have committed to being busy. Fumi dressed without ceremony, choosing something comfortable for the walk, a pale coat, soft shoes, her hair worn down the way she preferred when she was not working, and set out from her apartment in good time, unhurried, watching the morning light change on the buildings as she went. She walked a familiar road, past the bakery on the corner whose smell she always noticed and rarely stopped for, past the ginkgo trees whose leaves had gone entirely gold overnight, the way they sometimes do, all at once, as though the trees had come to a collective decision in the dark and acted on it before dawn. She was thinking, as she walked, of small and easy things, of the ceremony, of seeing her family, of the particular expression she imagined Shiro would be wearing when she arrived at the park, his hands in his pockets, looking up at the clock face with that mild and habitual patience, the sideways smile already preparing itself. What happened on that road does not ask to be described at length, because there is no description that would serve it. It was not a thing that came with drama or announcement, only with finality, the way some things do, without warning or narrative reason, and the memory does not carry the event itself so much as what came in the place where the morning should have continued. There was the street and the morning light on the buildings, and then the sense of something altering irreversibly and without a sound, the way a candle goes out in a draft before you have registered the draft. And what remained of awareness in that last diminishing moment was not pain, or not primarily pain, but Shiro. The image of him standing at the park, at the clock, his hands in his coat pockets, looking up at the face of it with that mild and habitual verification, standing there in the pale gold morning light, waiting with his particular patience. In that particular still way, she had always quietly loved him for, and what she felt, or what she had felt, in whatever remained to feel, not guilt, not fear, but something closer to sorrow that was entirely for him, an ache that had nothing to do with herself, and everything to do with what he was about to be standing in, not knowing yet, on that clear autumn morning, while the pigeons shifted in the Zelkova branches and the clock went on counting. 10 o'clock at the park, and she would not come. The apology had nowhere to go, no telephone to lift, no path to walk back along, no way to make it travel. And so it stayed, folded into whatever it is that carries on when everything else is finished, a small and genuine I am sorry addressed to no one, and to him specifically, to the figure standing at the clock in the morning light, still looking up at the face of it, still waiting with his hands in his pockets. The sideways smile already formed and nowhere to give. In the common room of the nursing home, on a warm and ordinary afternoon, Yui stood with tears on her face that she had not noticed arriving. They were simply there, moving slowly, the way tears move when they belong to something old and accumulated that has finally found its way out after a very long time. Around her, The room continued in its ordinary afternoon way. The lights still soft in the large windows, the low sound of a television from the corner, the faint smell of tea from the direction of the kitchen. And none of it had changed, because nothing in the room had changed, only a particular piece of herself that she had spent her whole life not quite being able to name. Shiro stood before her, his head slightly lowered, and his expression was one she could only call gentle in the fullest sense. Not passive, not soft in any diminished way, but the gentleness of someone who has carried something heavy for a very long time and learned to carry it without showing the weight, and who is now, quietly and without ceremony, being seen. She understood now why the clock park had visited her dreams so often. The stone tower, the gravel path, the particular quality of morning light coming through the Zelkova branches. Why she had felt, each time, a feeling she had no name for, something between recognition and a loss that didn't quite belong to this life, but had always been there at the edges of it, waiting. She understood why autumn light falling at a certain angle had sometimes carried a weight she could not account for, and why the sound of a two-tone telephone chime had occasionally, in unguarded moments, brought with it a brief and sourceless sadness that was gone before she could look at it directly. The name had been Fumi, and Fumi had loved someone steadily and well. Over years, meeting at the same park at the same hour, season following season, building something careful and unhurried, and had been on her way to him on a clear autumn morning with golden ginkgo leaves on the road and the smell of the bakery on the corner, and had not arrived. That was the whole of it, and it was entirely enough. Contained in 5 words that had once been a private language between 2 people and were now something like a quiet monument to a morning that had been interrupted before it reached the afternoon it was already moving toward. The stone clock tower stood in the park still, as it had always stood, keeping its patient time without comment. The same time it had been keeping on that morning and on every morning before and since, reliable and indifferent, the way good clocks are. And Shiro stood in the afternoon light of the nursing home common room, and Yui stood across from him, and the memory rested in the air between them, complete now and settled, the way water settles when the disturbance is past, and there is only the surface again, still and clear. And that, perhaps, is where this part of the story rests. In that quiet room in the soft afternoon, with a light on the floor between them and the smell of tea drifting in from the kitchen, and 2 people who have finally, after all this time and all this distance, found their way to standing in the same place at the same hour. And so we leave that hallway behind, the quiet settling back around it like dust after a slow exhale. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take one. Let your breath find its own unhurried pace. Let your shoulders sink a little deeper into wherever you are resting. The same night is still with us. The same story continuing to unfold in its own unhurried way, turning like a page in a book read by lamplight. Nothing is waiting to rush you forward. The darkness is the same darkness, soft and familiar. And when you are ready, only when you are ready, the next thread of this night will carry you gently on. In the quiet corner of the nursing home, where Shiro had always preferred to sit, near the window that looked out on a small enclosed garden, where a single persimmon tree stood in the late afternoon with the patience of something that had nowhere else to be. Yui found herself alone with him for the first time, alone in a way that felt much older than either of them. Haruto had managed it without drawing attention to himself, which was very much in keeping with how Haruto did most things. A word here, a gentle suggestion there, a cheerful redirection, and somehow the grandmothers had drifted with him toward the far end of the common room, their laughter softening into the middle distance like a radio being turned gradually down until it was only a pleasant murmur, warm but unintelligible. There was a small table between Yui and Shiro, and on it sat a cup of tea that nobody had touched, the steam long since dissolved, the surface of the liquid still and dark and perfectly calm. Yui's hands were folded in her lap, and she found herself watching them as though they belonged to someone she didn't know quite yet. A stranger's hands, trembling slightly with the kind of feeling that has nowhere else to go, that has been held for so long it has forgotten it was ever supposed to be released. Pause. Shiro sat with the particular stillness of someone who had lived a very long time and who had, in the living of it, made a kind of peace with silence. Not the strained silence of two people with nothing to say, but the older, more patient kind, the kind that waits without demanding and does not ask you to fill it. He was watching her with eyes that were soft and bright and full of something she recognized, the way you sometimes recognize a landscape you thought you'd entirely forgotten. Not suddenly, not with any great shock, but gradually, the way vision sharpens when you've been sitting in the dark and the light returns by slow degrees. She had meant, coming into this, to be composed. She had spent 3 days now knowing that Shiro was real, that the big clock in the park and the small silver ring and the wedding morning that had never happened were real, and she had thought that the knowing of it would make the conversation, when it finally came, manageable, that she would be able to sit across from him and speak without falling apart, the way you can sometimes plan for an emotion so thoroughly that you succeed for a while, in keeping it at arm's length. The plan did not survive the silence of the room, or the gentleness of his expression, or the simple fact of being here, close enough to see the deep lines of his face and understand that those lines held years she had not been present for, decades of living that had happened in the space left behind when she had not arrived at the park on a particular morning, a very long time ago. She told him she was sorry. Breath. The words came out quietly and a little haltingly. She told him she was sorry for that morning, for leaving him waiting by the big clock, for the hours he must have stood there wondering, and then worrying, and then not knowing what to think, and for every version of that day that he must have imagined in the long and ordinary years since. She told him she had been on her way, that she wanted him to know that above all else, that she had been walking toward the park, thinking about the ceremony, about seeing him, about the simple and beautiful fact of getting to stand across from someone you loved and say yes in front of everyone, on a morning when the whole world seemed to be in agreement with her about this. And then the accident, and then nothing, and then this life, this city, this school, this ordinary afternoon with its untouched tea and the persimmon tree visible through the glass, and Shiro sitting across from her with his hands folded on the armrests of his chair. Her voice gave out somewhere in the middle of all that, and she sat with her lips pressed together and her eyes very full, holding herself at the edge of the feeling the way you stand at the edge of something cold and necessary before you step in. Pause. Shiro was quiet for a long moment, and the quality of his quiet was kind. It was the quiet of someone who had been holding a conversation in his mind for many years and was now taking care with it, making certain of each word before offering it. He told her that the waiting had not been the hardest part, not precisely, that the hardest part had come later, when he had finally understood the full shape of what had happened, and had known that she had been on her way, that she had intended to come, that she had simply and terribly not made it through a particular intersection on a particular morning. He said it slowly and with great care, as though he had carried this specific truth for a very long time and was now setting it down gently, watching to make sure it didn't break. He had not been angry. He said she should understand that clearly, not hear it as a polite thing to say, but take it in as a true thing, because anger was for intentions, and her intention had been to arrive, and so anger had never had any real place in it. Pause. He had been, he said quietly, very sad. For a long while, he said, he had been very sad, and the sadness had been the kind that settles into the corners of a life and makes itself at home there, that you find in the early mornings when you wake up and have to remember again, when the remembering itself has a weight that makes getting out of bed feel like an act requiring more strength than you currently have. But grief and anger are different animals, he observed, and he had learned, in the slow time after, to tell them apart. Grief was something you could carry, however heavily, however long, while anger needed somewhere to go, and there had been nowhere to send it, because she had not failed him, had not chosen to leave, had only encountered a morning that went wrong in the way that no one anticipates and no one can prevent. Yui felt something move in her chest at these words, some held tension she had not known she was holding, a kind of long-kept breath that her body had been guarding since well before this life. And some of it released the way a building settles in the dark after a day of heat, finding its level again with small, quiet sounds. Breath. She had not known, until this moment, how much she had needed to hear that. She had not known she was carrying the guilt of it at all. It had been invisible to her, folded into the ordinary texture of being a person, mistaken for other things. A certain restlessness she couldn't account for, a tightness that came and went near her sternum on mornings when nothing was wrong, an inexplicable nervousness on Sundays when the world was perfectly fine and she had no reason to feel anything in particular. She understood now what it had been. And then Shiro surprised her because he asked, gently and without any performance of the asking, whether she could forgive him. Pause. She looked at him for a moment without understanding, and he explained quietly, with a slight air of embarrassment, as though the asking cost him something he did not wish to make visible. He had moved forward, he said, eventually, slowly, and with more difficulty than he cared to remember. But he had moved forward, and he had allowed himself to be happy again, and he had loved again, and he was not entirely certain whether that constituted a kind of betrayal for which he owed her something. He said the word forgiveness the way some people say a word they are a little afraid of, carefully, watching her face, keeping both hands around it. Yui felt something unlock inside her at the word, some small internal fastening she had not known was there. It released without ceremony, the way a door opens when the right key is finally tried after a long time of trying others. Pause. She told him there was nothing to forgive, and she knew she meant it because the saying of it required no effort, no manufacturing of grace, no careful suppression of some contrary feeling underneath it. It came out clean, the way true things do when you have stopped pretending. She told him she was glad, not in the formal, managed way of someone performing graciousness under difficult circumstances, but genuinely, warmly, in a way you are glad when you learn that someone you love had a good life after a hard thing happened, when you had always half feared they might not have. She told him that the first thought she'd had when the memory came rushing back 3 days ago was not about herself, not about what any of this meant for her current life, or what it changed, or how strange it was, but about him, about whether the morning of the accident had cost him something he hadn't been able to recover. To know that he had recovered, that he had found his way back into the ordinary forward motion of a life, that there had been warmth in it. That was not a small thing to know, and she wanted him to understand that she meant it when she said she was glad. Pause. They were both crying by then, she realized, without either of them having decided to. Shiro's tears moved slowly along the deep lines of his face, unhurried, absorbed by the collar of his cardigan, and Yui's ran down her cheeks and fell from her chin on her folded hands, and neither of them made any particular move to stop it, because it seemed like exactly the correct thing to be happening. It seemed, in fact, like the only appropriate response to all the years between them, to the enormity and the tenderness of what they were sitting inside together. They stayed like that for a little while, in a silence that had changed character entirely from the silence at the beginning. Softer now, more inhabited, the kind of silence that comes after something true has been said, and both people are simply letting it exist in the room between them, letting it take up the space it needs. Long pause. It was into this quiet that now appeared. She came from somewhere to the side of the room, moving without hurry, with the particular manner of someone who has been waiting at a thoughtful distance, and who has simply judged accurately that the moment has arrived, which was, Yui thought, probably exactly what had happened, because a person who had once told her husband that he did not need to forget in order to move forward was almost certainly someone who understood patience, and who knew how to read the texture of moment. Now was perhaps a few years younger than Shiro, with a calm and open face and a posture that suggested she had navigated a great deal of life without being knocked significantly off course by very much of it. Not untouched by difficulty, but steady, the particular serenity of someone who has earned their steadiness rather than simply having it by temperament. She settled into the chair beside Shiro without ceremony and rested her hand briefly on his arm. A motion so natural it was almost invisible, the kind of touch that happens below the level of decision, the reflex of people who have lived alongside each other long enough that the body acts before the mind has been consulted. Breath. She looked at Yui with an expression that was warm and unhurried and entirely without complication, as though she had spent some years imagining this meeting and had found that it looked very much as she had expected. Not strange, not fraught, just real. She said she had been hearing about Yui for a long time, softly, with a warmth that made clear the hearing had not been a burden, and that she was glad to see her in a new life, looking well, looking like herself, looking like someone who had found her footing in the world she'd been given. She said she had worried, sometimes over the years. Not for herself, she was careful to add, because she understood that this particular weight had never been hers to carry, only to keep company, but for Shiro, and for the possibility that he might never have the chance to set it down in the right way, with the right person, in the right moment. And then now reached into the pocket of her cardigan and drew out a small box, wooden, plain, the kind of box that has been opened and closed many times over many years, so that the lid fits with a smoothness that only long repetition produces, worn to a patina that new things don't yet have. Pause. She pressed it into Shiro's hands and spoke to him quietly. And what she told him was this, that she had been watching him long enough, and that now was the time, and that she would not wait forever. And there was a dry, gentle warmth in how she said it, the tone of someone who loves a person so thoroughly that she has earned the right to be quietly firm with them on the occasions that require it. Shiro took the box and held it in both hands for a moment, and Yui watched the slight movement of his jaw, as though he were composing himself, gathering some private steadiness before he began. He told her he understood. He started carefully, that she was not the person she had been, that the life she was living now was her own, whole and complete, not obligated to the one that had preceded it in any way that he would claim or press or even gently suggest. He said he did not want her to feel bound, not by the memory, not by anything old, not by any remnant of a claim that he would not, in any case, be making. And then, with the careful deliberateness of someone carrying out an action they have rehearsed many times inside their own mind, but never actually performed, he opened the box. Pause. Inside, on a small square of worn velvet that had faded from what must once have been a deep red to something quieter, something between the color of rose and the color of old paper, lay a ring, silver and simple, with a small stone that caught the pale afternoon light from the curtained window and held it briefly, warmly, before releasing it. The recognition moved through Yui before she had time to process it. Not the quick surface recognition of an ordinary memory, but something older and more physical than that, something that lived in the chest and the hands rather than the mind. The way a piece of music can return an entire afternoon you thought you had entirely lost. They had spent a Saturday together choosing it, both of them in a small jewelry shop, taking longer than they needed to, as they both knew perfectly well they were taking longer than they needed to, but circling back to this one again and again because it was right in a way that was difficult to put into words, right the way some things simply are. Breath. It was the ring for the exchange. The one that had been waiting in a pocket on a morning that had not become the morning either of them expected. It had never been worn. And here it was, in a small wooden box that now had tended alongside her husband through all the ordinary years of their life together. Understanding that it belonged to a story she had entered partway through and could not complete, only witness. Only keep safely until the moment came to let it go. Shiro told her he understood if she didn't want it. And he said this genuinely, without any pressure underneath the words, with the voice of someone who has made real peace with both possible answers and is simply offering the choice rather than the outcome. Pause. He told her that it had been enough for a very long time, simply to know where it was, that the keeping of it had been its own kind of completion, its own quiet acknowledgement of something that had mattered and continued to matter even after the shape of the matching changed. But now had told him, he said, and here he glanced at his wife with an expression that contained, in a single brief look, decades of gratitude compressed into something very small and very sincere. Now had told him there was something unfinished about the keeping, something the ring itself seemed to resist, as though it had been made with a direction in mind and was simply waiting, with the patient blankness of objects, to fulfill it. Yui looked at the ring for a long moment, and then, without quite deciding to, she looked at Haruto. He was standing a few feet away, had been there the whole time, she realized, close enough to reach, but far enough to give her room. And he was looking at her with the expression he sometimes wore, which was an expression entirely without agenda or impatience, without anything in it at all except a steady and uncomplicated care. He didn't speak because nothing needed to be said. He was simply there, present in the way that reliable things are present, the way the ground is present beneath you when you're walking and not thinking about it, but it is nevertheless keeping you upright. He smiled at her, just slightly, the quiet smile of someone who trusts you to know your own mind and is content to wait while you find your way back to it. Pause. She turned back to Shiro and held out her hand. He placed the ring in her palm, not on her finger, because that was not what this was, and they both seemed to understand it without needing to discuss it, simply into the center of her open hand, where it settled, cool and lighter than she expected, with the faint warmth underneath the coolness that comes from an object that has spent many years close to another person. She closed her fingers around it gently. Shiro exhaled, a long, slow breath, the kind that takes something with it when it goes, some held weight finally given permission to leave, and said softly that he was glad, that this was good, that he had not quite understood until this exact moment how long he had been needing to do that particular thing. Now put her hand on his arm again, the same gesture as before, automatic and unthought, and Yui noticed it, the invisible ease of it, the way two people who have lived alongside each other long enough can communicate entire paragraphs through a single point of contact, can say, I am here, and I see you, and this is good, in a touch that lasts only a moment. There was something she found beautiful in Nao's presence here at all, in the fact that this woman had known about the ring for all these years, had kept it alongside her husband, had understood without being asked that it was not hers to suggest he put away, and had waited with clear-eyed patience for the right moment to tell him it was time. Long pause. That was its own kind of love, Yui thought. Not dramatic, not the kind that announces itself, but the quiet, daily kind that asks for nothing and simply continues to show up year after year alongside whatever needs showing up alongside. Haruto had drifted closer by now, without announcement, until he was standing just behind Yui's chair, and she was aware of his presence there the way you are aware of warmth. Not a specific sensation, exactly, but a general rightness, a sense that the space around you is kind and that you are not alone in it. After a while, none of them seemed to be counting the minutes, and the afternoon light through the curtains had shifted without any of them noticing. Shiro looked at Yui and told her, with a small and genuine smile, that she had grown into someone her past self would have liked, he thought. The observation was so simply and so accurately kind that she laughed a little softly through the last of her tears. She told him she hoped so, and then she told him something she found she meant entirely without any effort, that she was glad they had found each other in this life too. Even like this, even briefly, even here in a nursing home common room with a cooling cup of tea on the table between them, she was genuinely glad. There was a great deal that might have been said about what it meant about past lives and present ones and the strange, soft geography of time. But she did not try to say it because she understood that some things are large enough that putting them into words makes them smaller, and this seemed very much like one of those things. Pause. Now Rose first, unhurried, with the ease of someone who has done the thing she came to do and is content to let the moment now belong to itself. And she smiled at Yui, a real smile, the kind that takes something to give and gives something back, and said she was glad they had met, and that Yui should take good care of herself, and that this particular afternoon had gone just as it ought to. Shiro rose after her, slowly and with the slight effortfulness of age, and reached out his hand, and Yui took it, and they held each other's hands for a quiet moment in the way of people who are saying goodbye to something and who are not, precisely, sad about it, who have said what needed saying, and who can let the rest go. Haruto's hand settled on Yui's back then, warm through the fabric of her jacket, steady and light, and she felt it the way you feel a thing that is simply, unremarkably, reliably there. Breath. She opened her fingers one last time and looked at the ring lying in her palm, small and silver in the pale late light from the window, and she thought about the Saturday they had spent choosing it, and the morning they had never reached together, and all the years between that morning and this one, and everything those years had held on both sides, in both directions for both of them. It was a long time, and it had held a great deal, and most of it, she thought, had been good. She closed her hand around the ring once more, and let the afternoon settle around her, and let the distant sound of the grandmother's laughter drift back into the room the way water finds its level, and let Haruto's steady warmth behind her do what it was already doing, which was simply to make the space she was standing and feel safe. And something that had been waiting without her knowledge for a very long time, patient and quiet and long accustomed to waiting, came gently, finally, to rest. And so we leave that hallway behind, its quiet shadows settling back into stillness, the way all things eventually find their rest. There is no need to hurry. If you like to close your eyes a little more deeply now, to let your breath slow and lengthen, this is a good moment for that. The night is patient. The same night is still unfolding. The same soft hours holding you. And our next story continues within them. Unhurried, close, another voice rising gently from the dark like a lamp lit in a distant room. Simply breathe. Simply rest. There is nowhere else to be. Somewhere in the smaller drawer of a low wooden dresser, nestled inside a velvet case that Yui had wrapped in a soft cloth so it would not rattle when the drawer was opened and closed. There was a ring. She had not forgotten it was there, and she had not tried to forget it, and she had come to feel that it was important to hold both of those things at once, the remembering and the not grieving. The ring was small and round, and it had a way of catching the light when she opened the drawer, which she did sometimes, not often, and she would look at it for a moment the way one looks at a pressed flower in an old book, with recognition, with tenderness, and with no particular wish to go back. Somewhere outside the apartment window, a bicycle bell sounded faintly down the lane, and there was the low murmur of a television from the floor above, and the particular settled stillness that comes before rain, when the air has gone warm and quiet and is holding something in reserve. Inside, the lamp on the low table threw a soft and wavering circle of light across the tatami. And in the middle of that circle, sitting in the very confident and slightly unstable posture of children who have only recently and triumphantly mastered the art of sitting upright, was their son. He was not quite 2 years old yet, a few weeks short of it. And he had recently formed several firm opinions about the objects he was not permitted to touch and the fundamental injustice of this, about the specific sequence in which his meals should be presented and what he felt was appropriate to do when that sequence was disrupted, and about the location at all times of a small stuffed bear whose absence was treated as a matter of some urgency. Yui watched him from where she sat on a cushion nearby, her legs tucked beneath her, and she had been watching him for a while now in the unhurried and slightly wondering way that sometimes settles over a person in the late afternoon when nothing requires immediate attention, not cataloging or worrying, just looking the way you look at something when you want to hold the picture of it for a while. Her ring caught the lamplight as her hands rested in her lap. A small diamond, unpretentious, the kind that does its work without making any speeches about it. It was not 10 carats, and she had never truly expected 10 carats because she had been 16 when she said that, and the point had always been the saying of it rather than the literal believing of it. And Haruto had understood this perfectly, which was one of the many things she had come to know about him. She smiled because it still made her smile even now. The exact shade of red that had spread from his ears to his collar on the train home that day. The startled quality of the declaration he had made, as though it had surprised him quite as much as it had surprised her. He had come through on the diamond, in his way, saving carefully and in secret for longer than she had known, researching the whole endeavor with the same earnest thoroughness he brought to everything he genuinely cared about, arriving home one evening with a small paper bag and a face so deliberately arranged in a casual indifference that she had known immediately from across the room what was inside. He told her, with some ceremony, that it was not 10 carats, but that the stone was real and the setting was solid, and he had asked the jeweler 3 separate questions about durability, and the jeweler had answered all 3 with patience before asking one small quiet question of his own. That question, Haruto admitted later, after the ring was on her finger and they had sat for a while in a comfortable and slightly dazed silence, was simply whether he had someone in mind, and Haruto had said yes, and the jeweler had nodded and said that was the important part, and that had been the end of the conversation. The ring fit perfectly, which Haruto had arranged by quietly borrowing one of her other rings for a week and returning it so smoothly that she had never noticed it was gone, a detail she only discovered afterward, and which made her laugh for a long time, and which she still found entirely characteristic of him. Their son had now located a wooden block among the scattered things on the tatami and was turning it in his small hands with the focused attention of someone who suspects an object of concealing greater complexity than it presents on the surface. Yui watched him and found herself drifting the way she sometimes did in the quiet stretches of early evening, back to the memory of the nursing home years before. The sunlit common room, the old man sitting alone by the window, and the slow movement of recognition across a face that had been carrying something for a very long time. It was a curious thing. She had come to understand how fully a memory could be held without it hurting, how once enough time settled around something, it became like a stone at the bottom of clear water, visible and immediate if you looked down, but you were above the surface, not inside it, and the stone simply rested there, doing what stones do. Shiro had his wife now, and his children, and his grandchildren by now. She believed so, she hoped so, and the image of him she carried was the best and last one. That old familiar half-shy smile, the one that had apparently survived both the decades and the lifetimes unchanged, and the velvet box open in his weathered hand with the afternoon light falling across it. What now had said to her that afternoon she had turned over many times in the years since. The quiet certainty of it, the particular generosity of a woman who had looked at this teenage girl with someone else's memories in her eyes and seen not a complication, but something more like a resolution, a chapter given its proper and gentle ending. She had not had words for it at 17, but she did now had decided, somewhere along the years of her marriage, to love Shiro's whole life and not only the part that began with her. And this took something real from the person who chose it, a genuine and daily choosing, and now had made that choice without apparent difficulty, with grace, with one hand on a small box and a quiet word about timing. The ring in the drawer was Nao's gift to her, as much as Shiro's. The acknowledgement that what had happened was real, that it mattered, that it deserved to be kept and not quietly dissolved into embarrassment or silence, and that keeping it changed nothing about who these people were to each other now. Their son set the wooden block down and looked at the edge of the low table, one hand hovering near it in open assessment of his options. Yui looked back at him, and he lowered his hand, and they regarded each other for a moment in the calm and unspoken manner of two people who have arrived at a mutual understanding about where the boundaries lie. The front door opened quietly, and Haruto came in, still in his jacket, carrying a small paper bag from the convenience store near the station. The particular domestic warmth of a person who had remembered somewhere between the platform and the door that it was that kind of evening. He paused in the entryway, taking in the room, the lamp, the boy on the tatami, Yui on her cushion, and his face did the thing it sometimes did, which was to become very briefly and nakedly fond before settling back into the ordinary expression of a person who has arrived home. He spoke softly as he slipped off his shoes, something about the bridge and the rain that had apparently begun while he was still on the platform. And she answered, and the conversation was the kind that does not need to be remembered afterward, that exists simply to carry two people from the door to the lamp, which was where they both wanted to be. Their son looked up at Haruto's arrival, considered the development seriously, and then held out the wooden block in the ceremonial way he held out things he considered significant to share, which meant he had chosen to bestow an honor, and the correct response was to receive it with appropriate gravity. Haruto crouched down and accepted the block, turned it over once, delivered a considered verdict of structural soundness, and handed it back. Their son found this entirely sufficient and returned to his investigations. For a while, the three of them existed together in the low, warm circle of the lamp. The boy absorbed in the tatami, Haruto beside Yui now. The paper bag opened between them, and its contents distributed in the comfortable, efficient way of two people who have learned each other's small preferences over years and no longer need to ask. Yui mentioned, at some point in the soft drift of the conversation, that she had opened the drawer earlier that day. Not for any particular reason. She told him, just to see. She told him the ring was still there, still in its case, still exactly as she had left it, and that she had looked at it for a little while, and then closed the drawer again, and that what she had felt in that moment was something she could only describe as settled. Haruto was quiet for a moment, the way he was when he was thinking carefully about something he wanted to say well, turning his cup slowly in both hands. And then he observed that settled was probably the right word for it, and that he was glad. He had always been clear-eyed about the ring and about everything that came before, not dismissive of it, not performing an ease he didn't actually feel, but genuinely and simply undisturbed, in the way of someone who had decided early on that a person's full history was part of them and not separate from them, and that to love someone was to love the whole length of their life, not only the portion that pointed toward you. She had been grateful for this more times than she could count, and she found a way to say so now, indirectly, in the sideways manner that people who know each other well have developed for saying large things in small sentences and being understood. He replied in kind, and that was all that needed to be said, and the lamp was steady and outside. The rain had properly arrived and was coming down in the patient and unhurried way of a late spring evening that intends to last through the night. Their son, having completed the phase of the evening that involved solitary investigation, arrived at Haruto's knee and placed both small hands upon it in the manner of a climber approaching a summit, his established and dignified method of requesting to be lifted, which he had been using for several months and found reliably effective. Haruto picked him up with the practiced ease of nearly 2 years of this particular motion, settling him in the crook of one arm, and the boy immediately reached for the collar of the jacket with the focused interest of someone conducting a detailed examination of infrastructure he has studied many times before and intends to study many times more. Yui watched the two of them and found the thought arriving, the way it sometimes did, drifting in from some quiet place. She wondered whether her son had lived another life before this one, somewhere in the long before, whether he carried any of it in this small and determined body, and whether he would ever remember it or whether it would dissolve, the way her own memories had dissolved gradually and without pain, into the life that was actually happening. She wondered whether he had walked a different floor in different light and loved different people and made different promises, and whether some faint thread of all of that was still woven into him somewhere, too small to see but present. She mentioned it to Haruto, murmuring it more than saying it, still half in the thinking of it, and Haruto replied, after a small and considered pause, that he honestly didn't know, that nobody really did, but that whoever this boy had been before, whatever he had carried or set down somewhere between then and now, this life was his own. This life belonged to him, Haruto said quietly, to carry or to set down as he chose, and they would be here while he figured it out, and that was what they could offer, and it was enough. It was, Yui thought, a very Haruto thing to say, grounded and generous at once, fond without being sentimental, making room for the mystery of things without being unsettled by it. She had thought enough about the past herself to understand that it did not ask to be erased, only to be held lightly, the way you hold something that belongs to someone else and is only passing through your hands for a moment on its way to where it needs to go. The ring in the drawer was not a wound, and had not been one for a long time. It was a record, a material and real thing, the physical fact of a life that had loved and been cut short and then returned and had been given by some improbable grace, the gift of knowing that the story had not ended badly after all. Shiro had found his way, had been deeply loved and had loved back, had arrived at the far end of a long life with now beside him and children in his house and memories that had been a grief and then a tenderness and then gradually something that simply belonged to him the way all the years of a life come eventually to belong to the person who lived them. And that was a good ending, she felt, not without its sadness, not without the weight of a morning in a park long ago, when everything was supposed to begin and instead became something else entirely. But good, in the truest sense of the word, the sense of a life that had been lived all the way through, that had not been spared anything, but had not been crushed by anything either, that had arrived at a late afternoon with warmth in it and grandchildren somewhere nearby. The lamp held its position. Their son had grown quiet in the particular way that precedes either a new burst of activity or the slow descent into sleep. And after a long moment, his head tipped sideways and settled against Haruto's shoulder with the complete and unquestioning confidence of someone who has located their preferred resting place for the evening and fully intends to remain there. His eyes were still open, barely, the slow and heavy consideration of a child who is very tired and mildly principled about it, holding on to the last of the evening out of some dim and fading stubbornness that would not survive the next few minutes. Haruto began to murmur to him, low and rhythmic, less words than tone, the sound parents make when what they mean is simply, "You are here, and we are here, and there is nothing left to do tonight but rest." The boy's eyes made their final negotiation with sleep, slower, a little slower than that, a small flutter, and then still. The room had grown very quiet around the three of them, and the rain outside, which had been a soft and steady presence against the window for the past hour, had settled now into something even gentler. Less rain than the suggestion of rain, the sound of it barely there, like music in another room, easy to sleep through. Yui looked at her hand in the lamplight, the small diamond doing its quiet work, catching and releasing the glow in the modest way of small things that are genuinely beautiful and make no claim to be more than they are. She thought of the ring in the drawer, and she thought of the ring on her finger, and she thought that there was something right about both of them existing at the same time, in the same apartment, in the same lamplight, without any contradiction between them. Some things you keep not because they cause you pain, but because they were real, because to quietly let them go would be a kind of dishonesty toward a self that had lived and felt and been part of something that mattered, and the self deserves more honesty than that. And some things you wear on your finger because they are the present tense, the living answer, the everyday fact of a choice that was made and is still being made in the mornings, in the evenings, in all the small, ordinary moments that accumulate over years into a life. She reached over and rested her hand on Haruto's arm, very lightly, and he shifted slightly to accommodate, the way people do when they have learned each other's presence well enough that these small adjustments happen without thought, as naturally as breathing. Their son slept against his father's shoulder with the deep and absolute sleep of small children who have spent themselves entirely on the day. His breath slow and even, one small fist still loosely holding the collar of the jacket as though, even in sleep, he had some thought about keeping everyone close and accounted for. The stuffed bear was somewhere on the tatami and would need to be found before the evening was over. But that was a concern for later, and later was still some way off, and for now, there was no urgency in anything. The rain came in soft waves against the window, softening further as the hour deepened, and the lamp held its circle of warmth, and in that circle the three of them rested together. The sleeping boy, the man who held him, the woman beside them both, and it was a quiet, unremarkable, fully sufficient evening. This is where the story comes to rest, in the end. Not at the flash of recognition across a sunlit common room, not at the velvet box or the strange bright flood of memory returning all at once. Not even at a train platform years ago with red cheeks and an impossible promise about 10 carats. But here, in this ordinary room, in this lamplight, where an ordinary and extraordinary life has been slowly and thoroughly built. The past did not ask to be undone, and the present did not ask to be justified. And somehow, in the patient daily living of this life, those two true things have found a way to coexist without crowding each other, the way objects in a well-kept room come to find their proper places and simply stay there. The ring in the drawer will remain there for a long time, and the ring on her finger will remain there too, and both of these things are part of the same long story, which is simply the story of someone who loved across the distance of time and lives, and was loved in return, and found her way at last to a room with a lamp in it, and a sleeping child, and a man who turns his cup in his hands when he is thinking carefully about something he wants to say well. And their son, sleeping on his father's shoulder with one fist around the collar of a jacket, knowing nothing yet of past lives, or old promises, or small rings kept carefully in drawers. He will have his own life to live, his own particular weight and brightness, his own loves and his own losses, his own rooms in the rain. Whatever he brought in from wherever he came before, This life is his entirely, to do with as he chooses, and that perhaps is where we leave them for tonight. The three of them in their circle of lamplight, the rain outside doing its quiet work, and everything for now at rest. And so we have reached the end of tonight's stories. The last voice has faded, the last moment has passed, and all that remains now is the quiet around you. If you're still here, still listening, that is all right. There is no place you need to be, nothing you need to do. Just the stillness and the soft dark and the slow rhythm of your own breathing. We hope these stories carried you somewhere gentle tonight. We hope they gave your mind something soft to hold, so the heavier things could rest for a while. You have been such good company on this long, quiet night, and we are grateful you spent it here with us. Sleep well now. Let your body sink a little deeper. Let your thoughts grow light and loose, like leaves drifting on still water. And when morning comes, may it find you rested, soft-eyed, and unhurried, the way sleep is supposed to leave you. If you find your way back here on another night, more stories will be waiting, patient and quiet, just like tonight. Until then, rest deeply. Dream something beautiful. Good night.